Ugh. Good morning. The fuck is this? Oh. I thought the cat lady killed you. My calves are fine. Hey everyone. How are we doing? Kirk is a hedgy? Fuck off. Right on a blackboard 420 and 69 times. I'll not sleep through open. Like a fucking rock. So let me explain. It was 2 breakfast sandwiches this time. No, just asleep. Nothing exciting this time. Thanks, Nesquik. Wakey, wakey, eggs and pinky. Uh, I mean, I didn't get a lot of sleep, but I was asleep. Grabbing any cat calls? Not yet, no. The market's like crashing today, right? I thought the plunge protection team finally got you. No, not quite. No, it's okay. I'm here. I'm not just gonna disappear when MOASS happens. I'm gonna say bye, probably. BBY Opex dead? Why? Oh, because the price is lower today? The fucking market's down like almost 300 basis points. Thanks, Madison. I'm not sure I set my alarm last night, or if I turned it off, I didn't wake up to do it, which that'd be weird, right? I was sleeping in my bed. GN down a bit from yesterday. Yeah. GN's up, DN's down. Actually, I think GN yesterday was 121. GM is down 9. The VN's not working for some reason. Although I think that happens when it throws like multiple data points. I should post like the daily data at least. The hedge fund employees are here today. Hello, Ken. I don't hate you. Thank you for creating a system where we have caught you with both your freaking hands in the cookie jar. Institutional puts sold. I mean, they didn't look sold last night, but I went to bed before the OI came out. Let me see here. No, and utilization's still up. IV's stable at like 124. Some puts sold off, but the put call ratio is still like 0.86. It's really high on the put side. And that's for the 30-day expiration. Sorry, Greg. I saw you actually getting sleep for once, so I might have hit the snooze for you. Fucking bastard. Don't talk about MOASS. Thinking of not seeing you again hurts my heart. I'm sorry, Ryan. I had a dream last night that a worker at Penn Station told me there was a VolgaVanna squeeze, and that's there was a delay. Like, was it like over the loudspeaker? Like one of those, like, huh. If we start force liquidating, the only thing you need to do is tell us you're gonna go be right back and then leave, like most everyone in here's father did. Alright. The plunge protection team formed in '09 in the wake of the financial crisis will purchase securities and assassinate YouTubers to maintain market stability. Okay, so now you sleep in a bed. Shills have bedposts. Are you trying to... Beds have bedposts? Are you trying to lure Kenny? You know, my bed doesn't have bedposts. Secure. You haven't bought more for Opex yet? No. I think I'll wait for today. Buy resistances. 366 still. Right here, 366.86 is a historic resistance. If it smashes that, I'll find the next one to the downside. I think it's significantly lower. Chatted in Discord for the first time this morning. The amount of info people misinterpret and take as gospel is shocking. Definitely an eye-opening experience. TLDR, don't play with options if you're uneducated. Yeah. Hey, look, we did the thing. We rejected. We rejected hard. Why is this piece of shit? Hey, there it is. Next SPY downside resistance 358.12 after 366.86. Some of those 125 puts are printing right now. Well, maybe not printing because they've held them for fucking 7 days, but in the money. You're telling me the 75 rate hike wasn't priced in? I said that yesterday. I'm seeing Ivy at 100 on bar charts. You're seeing Ivy at 120. Why? I don't know. Maybe bar charts is wrong. I'm looking at. Are you looking at Ivy 30, Stefan? I see Ivy at open today. I should be more specific, but Ivy at open today 123.99. So 123.99%. Miss my cafe. Sorry, man. Morning, you chose the best day to sleep in. Also, would it be fair to say that fear has set into the market? I've missed the fucking beginning of the stream like every day this week. Would it be fair to say that fear has set in the market now? Are we actually finally crashing? Maybe? I mean, there's still no panic, right? You still need panic. It's not a crash unless people are panicking. And I mean, as shitty as today looks, a lot of it's just institutional selling that occurred overnight, right? Like just this massive drop off overnight from 381. I think the problem is too many people think it's the bottom. At this point, it's like I don't know why the fuck anybody would be buying the SPY here, but they are. True or false, if anyone was going to short GME this week, it would be now. Uh, I mean, today's a hell of a day to do it, right? We pulled back at market open with more of that fucking gamma imbalance because of those in the money exercise calls. Um, Shit, we're even stabilizing at like 123 here. Like this is a nice bounce. It's very similar to yesterday. We did the same shit yesterday morning, right? Higher resistance, but same shit. Still FTDs on GameStop, I think. Too much resistance to the active fund pressure. I now know how good it feels to have options with their cost basis covered by gains. Now I gotta sit back and watch the market crash while burning piles of money that are shoveled into my paper trading account. Tell us about the futures Turdford was mentioning to us poors in the Discord. How are they being rolled? We're during the roll period right now. I think he's looking at the consumer discretionary minis. I don't know how much effect those have directly on GameStop, if any, but they definitely have. They are an indication of like the swap repositioning as well. But like, what are they? X-ray, probably. I didn't see what he was talking about. Um, but he did mention something last night. Did he say something in Quantcord? Yeah, big volume actually on the big volume on the E-mini consumer discretionary futures, and they are being rolled. Again, though, I think that might have more of an effect on XRT than it has on us. But any forwards on GameStop and stuff would have to be rolled as well, right? The moment you opened August calls, I knew it would change the market forever. Oh, sorry. So we have nope, that's the wrong one. Ba-ba-ba-bum. So big roll, starting on the 7th. Also large volume, especially is that yesterday? No, that's the 12th, right? Very large volume on the 12th. I'm not, again, I'm not sure how much effect these have on GameStop directly, but they do have some, right? We were not showing the minute chart. Oh, yeah, sorry. Thoughts on RDBX going into position closing only for all options? What about when this happens to GMA? Well, it hasn't happened to GMA, and I don't think it's remained for RDBX. I think it was briefly last night, right? You think we should buy back in today or wait till next week? For what? For GameStop? I'm already in GameStop. You mean like Opex options? Buy them whenever the fuck you want. Can you read out the price because of GameStop? I'm driving my unicycle while enjoying an espresso. 124.02. If BBY runs with GME, do you think it will halt with the low trading price? It could. They borrowed close to 500,000 shares this morning. Okay. Mm. Looks like they borrowed about 390,000 shares, which is a bit different, but the rate went up from yesterday. Or the rate yesterday went up at end of day, I should say. No, I cannot buy options on Redbox. Ooh, interesting. It actually is fucking closed. Is it because of the like merger? That's got to be from the OCC, right? Can you buy stock? Buying BBBY 8C 124 119. Oh, okay. I mean, that's the $5 range. Same as DFV play. I I mean, DFV bought his calls on GME like 200% out of the money. Assuming there was no upwards movement, what's the latest you would buy your Opex calls? Next week? Everyone's going crazy about next week. Next week is Opex for June. GM typically a good thing to use as our max for an Opex run. It's like the conservative ceiling of a run, yeah. We usually move beyond Gamma Max. Any reason why they wouldn't actively short it today? No? I mean, if they're still going to exercise in the money calls, that's going to be a problem. Not working. XRT 617 60p contracts now in the money. Just change their exit for rolling with cash via exercise. No. I mean, it's if they roll, they're rolling profitably, right? Yeah, they're such a closing only here too. No problem, Roberta. So am I the only one who YOLO'd into RDBX options for this week? Maybe. According to our Pickle Financial poll, you were late this morning because you were getting last minute instructions from BlackRock? No. Shorts lose their entire position by holding for a month. Apparently, market makers don't know what to do and are waiting for info from the OCC. Okay, so the OCC locked the chain. I hope you don't have anything that expires tomorrow. Yeah, it's just the OCC. It'll be at every. It's WeBull too. Yeah, IV was much lower when GFE bought. I mean, we're holding above 120 for now. I need to see the gamma per strike. There's still a hell of a ramp down below 119. Like, Uh, expiration 90 days? That doesn't really change it. It's all of all of the put interest is like near dated. But look. Uh, See how much downside gamma there is? That big spike is at 119. 120, 119. That's 120. The put gamma at 120 is negative 17,000. So if we fall below 120, it's gonna get pretty spicy. But if we stabilize, then we'll be okay. I mean, falling below GN puts the shorts back in charge of the chain. Where do you think the bottom of the channel is this week? It's around like 115, I believe. Mm, 116, 115, 77. That might just be like our floor. GFE was down like 75% as options before they printed. Yeah. Good idea to not even consider entering GME options positions until after 390K share short attack is over, correct? Provided that that they haven't already used those shares, right? We have 700,000 volume today. It's perfectly plausible. Thoughts on negative GEX next week, counteracted by ETF rebalance buying. I don't know if GEX is going to be negative. That'll depend on the number of options exercised. Even if GME usually has negative GEX moving into Opex. They don't get more time past next week. And the ETFs aren't going to change their rebalance schedule. But if I understand it correctly, GM would move up during the run, right? Yes, it can. That's why we track it every day, because it'll change as the price moves up. And more calls are purchased out of the money. You can't buy or sell calls. It should be PCO. Oh, I see. You mentioned today was a good day for loading up on some calls. You already get them or waiting for more downside? I'm waiting. What happens if we go below GN today? Is that very bearish? Yes. I just showed everyone the put gamma, right? Very high below 120. And it starts picking up around like 122. $125's got a lot of put gamma. 120, like 124 is kind of high. 21's kind of insignificant. 120 is huge. And 119 through 115 are a little better filled in, but not much. 115's got a lot. Still, those psychological strikes have the most OI. Oldest post from September 19 on Reddit shows Jan 15 21 8C. DFE had April $15 calls, I believe, like a fat chunk of them. Are you still considering buying leaps on CLVR at some point? Pretty low cost to buy in. I don't know. Maybe. I think when the bill moves to the Senate floor, I might get some. The Batman signal has shown itself. Which Batman signal turd? Someone DM'd me the invite link to my own server. Ouch. See, this kind of looks like they're pushing it. Yeah. It's set to PCO. Position closing only. It's not that weird if they're doing like a merger or a buyout. Are they going to cover for this June Opex? What is the last possible day we could see this happen? The 24th. If they push it to the last possible moment, next Thursday, next Friday. I thought it was because you finally hooked up with the cat lady and got too tired. No. It's... No problem, man. Congratulations. New ETF containing GME added, reg show today, SRTY, Ultra Pro Short Russell 2000, holdings in R2K index swaps of 5 major banks. Significant? GME has been in the R2K for a year. Yeah, GME is... How is it containing GME if GME is not in the R2K? What the fuck? What's the weight of GME, Medved? Would you DM me that? That's fucking weird, right? How do you time entry so well? I have a position for ATM calls, but I feel like I did mine too early. Patience? I mean, I don't time entries perfectly. I might time them better than other people, but that's just experience, right? No one times entries perfectly 100% of the time. It doesn't matter how good you are. Unless you have enough money to manipulate the price to where you want to enter. Cat 17, 715 200s are looking pretty attractive today. No. Would a recession or economic crash have any major effects on the cyclical nature of GMA and other basket stocks? Sure, yeah. A black swan event in the market could absolutely have an effect on GameStop. So is it fair to say lower or steady into next week and looking for a move up in GMA after Opex? Okay, that's reasonable. I mean, we're about to slip gamma neutral right now, which isn't good. I think I'm addicted to buying BBY leaps. There's worse addictions. Maybe. Made so much paper buying VXX and SQQQ last night. I probably wouldn't have expected it if it weren't for all the stuff you've taught me. Congratulations, dude. Which would you load up on more, July 200 or Jan 950? Those aren't the same at all. Hey, dude, happy almost MOASS. I have an investing non-GME related question. I'm at my first job that pays out meaningful equity. I can choose Schwab or Morgan Stanley as a broker. Thoughts? I prefer Schwab. If I had to pick between the two, I would probably prefer Schwab. But I mean, it's up to you. I don't like Morgan Stanley very much. And if there's a crash right now, they're in a bit of a riskier position. Also out of spite because of all the swap trades done by them on GME. My sinus is almost exploded. Ow. So wait, last minute to flash crash, spike IV, make calls more expensive, minimize risk of VolgaVanna squeeze, but still print entropy swaps, rinse and repeat. Sure. Yeah. I mean, we're falling below 120 now, so. We've been watching all month, and not once have you talked about this dip. You're full of shit, Heath Dill. The sloping gamma neutral means it goes down further to what price? Like wherever it stops. There's a lot of put OI at 115 still, 120. Not so much in between the two. A little bit, but not a lot. There's a lot of put OI at 110. I'm not seeing any in the money calls being exercised right now. Or if they are, they're being exercised in like very small quantities. I told you the bat signal is in, but which bat signal? There's like three. Are you talking about like the DN-GN cross? Or are you talking about the ETF thing? DM me if you want to be cryptic. I like being cryptic. I'll just go look. I think you're thinking that I have looked at anything today and didn't wake up at 9:55. Ooh. See a lot of put OI rolling off the $61 strike. A little bit coming off of the 64. Any intraday changes? Are these intraday? Are we still following the Wyckoff chart, or is that done? I mean, we're not in a distribution phase or entering a distribution phase right now. We could be in phase C if we bounce off the lower end of this channel. Dropping, not dropped. How do you make the stock bounce off the yellow lines? Magic. I want to enter shares because I can't manage options and they only trade 9:30 to 4. Should I wait for 108, 110 retest? Because the market looks very crashy right now. I don't know if we'll make it down below 110. I mean, it's possible, but there's not a lot of time. And if I mean, I guess if you're buying shares, you don't give a shit about the IV, so that's fair. Broke GN, but it's still above 100. You've betrayed us. I mean, we just bounced off 120, right? That can just be puts closing, also. It's not like this looks fucking super bullish or anything. This is just like a little bounce, but the downtrend is very, very strong. Wyckoff theory, aka Nietzsche economics, the theory of the all-powerful market Ubermensch. Spy to 360. Did we fall below support? Oh, we did. 358 is the next one. Here I'll mark it. 358.12. There's probably other support and resistances in this range. But you're going back really far, so I've only noted like the major levels. And we fell right through 366. 358.11's fine, right? Close enough. Penny off. Glad I pulled out my retirement in November back when we peaked. Yeah. Trading like the Fed, huh? Have your thoughts changed at all for next week? No. But I'll wait till more people ask that question before I buy more calls. Yesterday I told you under Lil Gurk pseudonyms, buy 355 end of week. Maybe I'm right. It'd be cool. My VIX calls are enjoying the drop. I'm probably going to hold them at least till the end of SLD. So, like, next Tuesday. For BBY, what strikes would you look to sell? January puts and buy August calls. What strikes would you sell? Oh, for CSPs? What's it at? Just dipping below 6. Jesus Christ. If 550s open? Maybe 550s? Although it could hit 550 by tomorrow. And you'd just be selling them like a week out. I mean, they're not even worth selling. The return's garbage on selling, even selling puts, unless you're selling them in the money. They're just dog shit. Like 24 cents? Why risk your capital? And if you want to buy shares at that price, fine. But if you're just trying to do it for profit, there's a million better stocks to do it on. Discord was fuddy last night. People worried about the put OI not dropping enough. I mean, at least for their 125s, it looks like they were correct. We'll see if they were right about their 120s by the end of today. The highest OI is at 120 currently. Those are the ones that they've been buying all week. What did I peacefully in my sleep like my grandfather, not screaming in terror like his passengers, J-PA. I thought you'd stop talking and we were looking at the chart, and then I realized I had you paused for 10 minutes. Glad I dumped my retirement into this at the peak. Congratulations, Pigeon Teeth. SPX target 3640. I was hoping Bye Bye Baby would be sold, or RC would announce another buy-in before Opex, sell at the BBY calls, and roll into GME. Oh. No. That's that's kind of a bad thing to bet an options play on, right? Ryan Coach should just buy out BBBY. Yeah, I agree. Or at least buy majority control of the board. 500% on SPY, July 1st, 400 puts holding. Nice. Risking capital on BBY CSPs because I don't mind getting assigned. Okay. But the profit sucks. Like there's opportunity cost there if you don't fill and you wanted to buy shares. Is it really worth the $20? Potential VXX squeeze, 55 Cs for July, good leaps. Those aren't leaps. Are they for July next year? No. I mean, I mean, yeah, those aren't leaps. So you want to buy calls that expire in a month, $30 out of the money? Discord is frequently funny. Yeah, it can be. Well, the regular Discord is. The other one's fine. If we just DRS harder, maybe we can get the price out of the money for those puts. Are you selling CSPs on the Opex run? If I sell CSPs, I'll probably do it this week. Do you think repositioning the options channel will begin tomorrow in preparation for next week? I mean, they don't have any repositioning to do. They're already hedged. I mean, the June contracts are leaps. June, December, January, but they expire very soon. So, like, you need a market crash for those to print. VXX is doing weird shit, but like, it's a terrible bet because you need it to like squeeze for those to print unless there's a market crash. And it could just as easily get delisted. Greeks do not remain constant. Yeah, absolutely, there's a change in Greeks on dailies versus leaps. RC is confirming a bottom before he buys in, specifically Theta, Vega, Delta, all of them influenced by the length of the contract. Any thoughts on MBBB and MBS selling off this week? Something about no bid. Sorry, I asked yesterday, but I didn't get to hear your answer. Yeah, no one was buying the MBS last Friday. There was a big drop, and no one was essentially no one buying them. More in the money calls from Philly. Downtrend not looking stonk anymore. Strong? No, I'm not seeing a lot of Philly calls, but they could be coming in just not in like large blocks. They could be coming in as like auto executes. I'd have to dig a bit more to see if that's the case. But right now, nothing of note. If we have an Opex run, what IV spike typically comes with those in stocks like GME and BBY? Usually about 40%, roughly. Intraday it can go far higher than that, but like closing IV throughout an Opex run is usually about 40%. Cap below 197 is a good entry. It can go lower. How fucking far behind on chat am I? Jesus. More than money calls from Philly. I guess I should roll into actual leaps. Maybe. It's still got like weird gamma and vega tests. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's gonna run, right? It's just the options chain is super fucked up. What profit percentage do you expect on your 950s if we have a nice run? I don't know, like 3 to 5x, I'm more than happy with. See the beauty of them though? So this is kind of what I was trying to explain to you guys. So I bought these yesterday, a little bit after market open, kind of on elevated implied volatility, right? And if they fall back into my target range, I'm gonna buy like another 35 more of them. But the price is down $6 right now, almost 5%. They're still up. This is the advantage of buying those out of the money calls first. If I'd bought at the money calls, right? Say I'd bought 125s yesterday. Or 130s, really. I would have been paying a massive premium on these. And today, those same calls are, let's see, yeah, 130s are like 13. What was the last? 14? I think yesterday they were around like 16, 17 for July 15th. So $400 difference roughly. But the out of the money calls almost unaffected by the drop in price. Discord is funny because Carl just spews a bunch of drunk bullshit. That's fair. Leaps aren't when the price has to make a huge jump to be profitable. No. What strikes and dates would you target for selling CSPs on GMA? Do you want to be assigned or are you just trying to make profit? I can't tell you what strikes and dates to target for your positions, man. I don't know shit about your, like, personal strategy. I can tell you where support and resistance are. I'm calling a bottom. I'm 100% right 40% of the time. Tesla dead. Yeah. It's down fucking 7% today. I told you Tesla's never getting back up to the level where you have that bet. I don't care if it splits 50 times. The economy's not the same anymore. I'm trying to make New York City sour pickles. Any advice? But you do know culinary things. New York City sour pickles? I've I've never heard of a New York City sour. I don't know what that is. Like a half sour? Aren't those just vinegar? And like a short brining period? Is it a notable rise in XRT-SI an indicator of price drop or price increase? And when T plus 35? And when? Oh, T plus 35. Notable rises in XRT generally just line up with, like, XRT short interest, just line up with like periods or creations being used heavily. Also, like SI and XRT is based, on a on an amount of shares outstanding, which is constantly fluctuating. I don't promise anybody VIX would squeeze. I can go fucking pull up the clip. I said it might. I said it's doing weird things, and I was gonna YOLO some money into it. Is it bad? I'm more excited for Opex because the probability of full bull as opposed to VOPs. But also my version of YOLOing money into it was to buy like 25s and 35s. I think my 25s are in the money today. Are they? They should be. Yeah, a little bit. Is the August chains a little too illiquid? It's picking up some interest, but yeah, it's a little illiquid. No, definitely not John the Freeze. Probably not. If SPY is a sum of many stocks that has their support and resistances, How's it possible the SPY can touch also his support and resistances? Well, different stocks have different weight. So some are weighted more heavily, and the index is closer to them. Like we'll track them more closely, like Apple, like big expensive stocks, Tesla, versus stocks that aren't weighted as heavily, which will, you know, be less affected. Dearest Pepe, would you take a look at Tesla and pontificate on the potential for improvement? Thank you. No, it's a big pile of shit. I've been telling everybody that about Tesla for like a year now. Elon Musk is a numpty. He's a numpty, and I hope this stock goes back to like fucking $200, where it should be. Jason T, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah.
Big far behind. Yeah, I'm like 8 minutes behind. He's talking about half hours and they're trash.
Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Well, I'm just gonna fucking scroll forward. Will the holiday ruin weekly YOLOs next week? Yeah. Yeah, weeklies are super dumb. Especially for next week. Do you have a long position in Costco? Yes. A little bit. I sold a bunch of it, but I still have some. I think it's gonna drop more. So I sold like a fat chunk in the 460s. Um, even in this range, it's probably not terrible to buy back into. But I think it might come down and retest like this like 445 level. Right now I have 5 open puts on it. And 150 shares. Okay, if you're not going to tell people which options to buy, at least tell us where the price is going to go. Plus a pinky promise because I want to feel safe. What's influencing BBY's downtrend? Is it just the market, following the market right now, or is there a more important factor? I think it's mostly just following the market. The shorts aren't really like super active there. There's just a shitload of put pressure at like 7, 8, and 9 to keep the price from going above that level. And then like the sell-offs in the last like 2 weeks have just been like it tracking the market. Do you have a long position in Costco? Did we buy our Opex calls yet? I mean, I bought the 950s yesterday. $100K shares just got returned. What insights are there from this? Does this mean they used 290,000 shares to short already from the 390K borrowed? It probably means that they used 390K and returned 100K. Are we gonna see another go at GN? Yeah, if we fail this test, we probably will. MicroStrategy now offering free handies behind the local Taco Bells, an innovative new strategy to attract new investors to our totally not failing investment firm. Hey, Bitcoin's over 21,000 right now, Dork. They're okay. The holiday is priced into weeklies. Not getting into sub 400 Costco is my biggest regret this year. Yeah, I mean, on that last dip when it fell with Target, I even like pulled money out of other stocks to buy in. I don't even know in the event of a crash if it would go much below where it fell the last time. Also, like Costco investors don't really sell, right? It's like Coca-Cola. It's just like a big stodgy like boomer investment. Like if it drops, so like I guess I'm holding it another 10 years, you know? At the money Jimmy weekly puts holding in tomorrow, just silliness? I don't know. You're in the money? You're at the money? It could drop more. Are we gonna trade flattish on the SPY, or do we actually expect it to test 360? Oh, I think it can still move down. It looks like it recovered sort of in my expected range. It dipped a little below. This doesn't, I mean, it looks like it's flattening out, but we need a retest to confirm. Right now, I think it's very much below resistance here still, or at least below the trend. Although this breakout from this bear flag is pretty bullish. I would say if it breaks VWAP, there's a potential it climbs up a little. I don't know if it'll make it back into like the 373 range, but it could. My options as a strategic investment book came in. Is the study guide useful without the book? Not really. Or at least I don't think it is, because it's missing all the content. How do you come up with the thumbnails and titles for your stream? I usually make up the titles, the artists and the Louvre, like over on the Discord, make all the stream cards and stuff. Today's done by Average Joe. I I've owned Tim's. I don't currently own Tim's, and they're not that common anymore. Thoughts on Cat Gen 23 options chain? What about it? Looks okay. Lots of 250 bets. Not much liquidity anywhere else. A little dry, right? Although cat options tend to be kind of dry anyway. What's the strongest resistance below us? 120.82? Just 120. Is it 120.82? Yeah, sure. Do you think the Philly call exercising is a sign that Jeff Yoss Queen has broken ranks with the they? They had a ton of puts. I know they might be marking FTDs long, but if they aren't, I mean, it's more likely that the position's still in unison than that there's a deviation, right? So I would say marking long and clearing FTDs makes more sense than someone short and someone pumping. Whoever's exercising calls at the Philly Exchange has a lot of FTDs that they're dealing with. I don't know how much Susquehanna participates in the AP side of things, though. That's where Citadel comes in. Your mom told me to tell you she's proud of you. Oh, Average Joe, look at that. Your mom's proud of you. After how many years you finally earned her respect. Good job on the stream card, man. What an epic moment for Average Joe. Fluffy. So far, it's the best doorstop I have. Yeah, Options is a strategic investment. It's not only a great book to read to improve your options investment strategies um, and expand your knowledge of options, it also makes an excellent doorstop, intruder bludgeoning device, and VWASP killer. Jessica Alba, Beal, or Simpson in that order. 19 to 21 cents for BBBY $6 puts when BBBY bid ask is 602, 603, going to 5.5. Yeah, what's your point? RC's bags must be so heavy on Bobby. I mean, he can double down though, right? Wheat doesn't go anywhere fast. Relax. $1,240 people haven't managed to find the like button, but they think they can manage their positions during MOASS. Guys, like the stream, please. It's a big help. I'll get Dillionaire if you answer my question up there. What was it? I don't care if you get Dillionaire, but I'll answer your question. If I can find it. What the fuck was it? What was your name? John D. Rockefeller. Because they may be able to extend covering to the tail end of the week or into next week, right? Because what? You can't you can't just ask me fucking incomplete questions and I expect it. I can just glance over that shit. Because of what? Because what? Like, you're saying it as an aside to the current conversation, but that was fucking 10 minutes ago. Looking for BBY 2 CSP strikes worth the capital? No. I think of a million better ways to spend my money than buying BBY CSPs. The return is terrible and you're just tying up capital. At that point, why not just buy shares? Either you're going to buy them so far out that you don't get a fill in order to get a decent amount of premium, or you're just, you know, you're risking not getting the shares for fucking 6 cents. I made enough for 5 years of Dillionaire off the first pickle pick post I read. Nice. Can you explain volatility plays the far out of the money leaps for stocks like BBBY? When I play around with different strikes and investing the same money, the far out of the monies, like 60C profit, much more? Oh, because they have no intrinsic value, right, Byronic? So you're paying purely for their extrinsic value. And as the price goes up, their intrinsic value increases. So they start to not only do they pick up IV, right? But they're picking up delta as well as the price moves up. So they'll print far harder than, you know, like a near the money call will. The potential for profits is far higher, but so is the risk is also far greater. Answer my question and I will remain a pigeon whale. Uh, okay. Shill. I have an aside from a conversation from last month. 0.4 to 0.15. Yeah. For the highest concentration of my calls. Do you think face cream made from RSS tears or black magic is a better approach for me to try to emulate your rugged handsomeness? The tears really help, Baradactyl. BBY CTB trending up. Available shares trending down. Time to pamp soon. Could be. Selling CSPs on sub $10 stocks is big dumb. Gotta agree there. If you're selling the leap puts at like higher strikes, yeah, the return's really good. But that's because of the mispricing of puts on the BBBY chain. But you're locking that money up for a year and you're still taking like a lot of risk. You're the shell. You didn't even ask a question. What do they expect? What can we expect the increase to IV for at the money options versus deep out of the money calls during Opex? Oh, I mean, deep out of the money calls IV is going to increase significantly more, right? Because they're on the outer edge of the IV smile. So IV at the money doesn't go up as high as IV really far out of the money. Could you explain why selling 950C with a market maker order can be better than a limit sell? It's not that it's better than a limit sell. It's that limit sells are really hard to hit on something that fluctuates in value that rapidly. So those calls are very, very volatile. And it's not really that the bid drops super hard. It's just that, you know, if it starts to slip, it's very hard to chase. Very, very hard to chase it with a limit sell. Like, you don't have enough time to replace the order over and over and over again, unless you have a way of doing it automatically. Do you have coffee? Yeah, I do. What's your target range for 950s? I'd really like to get some sub 340. My average price on them right now is like 342. I'd buy more below that. I don't know if I'll get that price again, but you're telling me that selling CSPs one contract at a time with my $650 of leverage won't make me very much money? Say it ain't so. Toilet wine. My dad's been investing since before I was born. He always tried to teach me from the ages of 5 to 20, and it always bored me. Now it all makes sense, and I've never been closer to my dad. Thanks. You're welcome. What's up, DV? How far up to the upside do you see Bobby running during Opex? Seems like 15 is out of the question as we're falling below 6. Thanks. It could be. We'll see. Gamma Max is theoretically infinite. If BBBY breaks $10, it's gonna move. It's gonna move pretty hard. Thanks, Blueberry Batman. What a nice thing to say. Looks like Philly's still churning. Oh, did you find some, Pong? I see a lot of orders on ISE today, but notional calls today are almost non-existent. Like $7 million in calls today traded. Very, very few. Especially compared to, like, and Philly's only got 415,000 worth of calls today. It's like nothing. Gemini's really low. That's where we're seeing the auto executes come in. ISE is kind of high though. Relatively. I mean, why would anybody make fake shares of that shit stock, Grizz? Why are you saying yesterday would likely have a relief rally after quad witching when puts start to reposition? So like the week of 627? No, the week of 21 through 24. Wait, Shillionaire. relief rally in the SPY. Similar to, oh, what was it? The 20 May, like similar to after May 20th. Where all those massive put positions repositioned after Opex. How's the XRT didn't come off reg show last rebalance? Does that mean they did not rebalance last time or found a way to delay it? I mean, it meant that FTDs were still in excess of 0.5% of shares outstanding or greater than 10,000 a day for 5 days. Did you see the media pushing BBBY as a cheap diversion from GME, like they previously did with AMC? Probably not. I don't think the current positions there would want that. BBY does not have that much liquidity. It has more than GameStop, but it doesn't have nearly what AMC has. Is there any data you're seeing that might be counter to the Mark Long hypothesis? And they might actually use today and tomorrow to get big downside move to put their puts in the money. I mean, even if they're using them to mark long, why not get them in the money if they can? Right? Like, it's still nice to collect premiums from them. BBY has a lot of options action. It's just all on the call side. It's just retail buying calls. Has anyone told you they're awesome today? A couple people. It was nice. No. Guess that's coming tomorrow. If you're the reason I'm 5x this year in my portfolio, thank you, sir. Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it. Also, congrats, man. Check the drain chain. It's stacked. Yeah. V under 200 still free, or things change with the SPY conditions? V at 190 is very cheap. Like this range, is a strong support range, but it can slip a little further tomorrow. Don't forget that we have SLD going on right now as well, right? I know everyone seemed to forget about SLD. It's happening. SLD deposits are occurring. Can you explain why the calls are up now versus earlier in the day, even though it's down price-wise? Is IV going up? Yeah, IV's a little elevated right now. One of the other fun things about having far out of the money calls, like they're very sensitive to changes in IV, right? So they act as like a good barometer of intraday IV. Sometimes I use them for stuff. I'm not gonna tell you what, but it'll get stuffing going. What do you have for SPY support right now? 367.89, 366, 366.86. But this support's like almost over a year old, so it could be off, right? Like, it looks like we're finding more support in this, like, 387 range. And we bounced here at 365, which is closer to, like, the contract positions. So, because these are so old, I like to give them, like, a lot of breathing room to find out where, like, a more current support will be. I need to fucking close this and reopen it. There we go. How is that support just below... How strong is that support just below 123? Uh... It's okay. It's more acted as a resistance in the past. We've bounced off it once before, but then ultimately failed it. If we go back like a little further into early May, yeah, mostly a resistance there too. And then I think Feb acted as a support a few times. Like here, and here. We bounced off it a little bit back here. Like Feb 17th. So it's okay. It's a stronger resistance than it is a support though. So historically, I would expect to move to the downside of this after testing it. Tests on this level seem to precede failures of the 120 support. That's because, you know, like we bounce off 120 here, right? And then 120 calls start to see this break down and they sell out, which accelerates the price movement downward. 120 is a very popular call strike. BBBY's volatility is still very high. When is SLD over? The deposit period is over next, like, it's done next Monday. Or next Tuesday, because of the holiday. Also, an Upstart and Avery Dennison. Upstart's kind of interesting. There's some weird shit going on in the options chain over there. Avery, I haven't really looked at recently. I mean, it looks like it's just drilling down. A little bit of support at 152, not much though. Maybe a breakdown to like 144 if the current trend continues. Upstart. It's really never been worth this little. I mean, the $25 range. That's where it found support the last time. There's not a lot of historical support here though, because it IPO'd not that long ago. So yeah, a little support at 29. A little more support at 25, 55, 26. What was the Churdford Batman signal about? I think he's talking about them moving positions out of XRT, or starting to move positions in XRT. Let me see if he's like DM'd me anything. Oh, he did. They're starting to sell out of the June 17th put positions at high notional delta. Previously, the shit was T plus 2 indicator big range. Looking for positive delta sold puts. Okay, yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah. So I think I mean he's looking at the put delta on XRT, seeing if they're starting to shift those put positions, right? Because that's what precedes our runs. John D. Rockefeller, thank you so much for becoming a zillionaire, even though I didn't think I answered your question. I appreciate it, dude.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes
Both options activity and underlying price action, silky smooth.
the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the band GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker trades, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a crab.
If Ryan Cohen tweeted Chicago, would it be shirt off time? Maybe. Was that the that was the like the bat in the second Ace Ventura? The second Ace Ventura movie was weird. But the rhino scene is the best. He said buying under 125 would be a decent entry point. Is that still true? Yeah, it's decent. I'm greedy though. I'm gonna wait. With only 4 trading days next week, since Monday the markets are closed, what are you predicting for the price of Jamie going into tomorrow and next week? I mean, right now they're still holding their puts. They're not closing them. Um, we're just teetering on the gamma neutral, right? So if we get forced down again and we stabilize to the downside, we can keep moving down. There's some decent OI to move us into like the 115 range, especially if the market continues to drop, right? Like we're seeing a little relief rally in the market as well here. Fuck off. Right? If this fails and this continues to fall, I think Jamie is not showing a lot of signs of interest today. Not like we've seen in the last 2 days. So more similar to Monday. So Monday, and a lot of the bearish considerations on Monday for the rest of the week were because they stopped doing the in the money calls. We weren't seeing a lot of like out of the money puts being sold. We weren't really seeing anything come in on Monday, right? Like the price was just dropping and they were letting it kind of free fall. They're doing that again today. So, options interest very low again today. Um, just not a lot of interesting shit going on, right? So I think, if we're able to break GN, and move into that downside gamma, that we'll see a little more downside price action. I feel so uninformed without a daily pi-fi. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't even know what happened this morning. Just no alarm whatsoever. I'm not sure if I was just like asleep and I turned it off. It's kind of weirding me out because I always wake up from my alarm. Check my bullish DM. Interesting. Think maybe tomorrow, Dork? What's the time on that? 14:45? Maybe. Let's on cat under 200. It's cheap, not as cheap as it could be. Are they starting to shift them? Lol, no biggie. Yeah. So potential run on T+2 would be Tuesday. No, T+2 is Wednesday next week. Thanks for everything, my dude. Your knowledge, patience, ability to put up with our nonsense is unmatched. I love the nonsense. I have so much to say, but I also have so many characters to express these thoughts because I'm not a poor. The flex is truly incredible. Riku. Riku to you too, sir. Riku. If he tweets that, he's 100% a viewer. Bumblebee Tuna. I have $11 for Opex. How best to use? I would say buy lunch and just tune in, watch the show. I don't think I've ever seen Freddy Got Fingered. How much more in YouTube donations has Bruce made than you? I have no idea. Do you think his donations outpace your trading profits? Maybe. When's the stream for this weekend? Can't wait to see the numbers from Friday close. Oh, the stream's gonna be on Sunday at 12. No. Should I do it Monday? We're not gonna have the OI until market open Tuesday. Double down. Like, we'll be able to see the positioning, but we won't have the OI update. What's the advantage of October calls over August? I went over this yesterday. Yeah, the potential losses aren't going to be very much different between August and October. There'll be a big difference between like August and July's. Oh, whoa. Hold on. Chat just gapped down hard. Best scene at Ace Ventura 2 is when we rolled the truck into the parking spot and said like a glove, which is the best scene because Land Rover. Okay. That's, I mean, it's definitely the Rhino scene. But it's okay to be wrong. Funny how DRS actually discourages people from actively managing their portfolio. You will be rich from doing this one thing, right? Yeah, it promotes inaction. Um, are there CSPs worth the capital for BBBY now? Are the CSPs worth the capital? No. I suppose they would need to be something someone plans to buy back soon after ups. But if one does expect ups, why not buy calls? Slightly less risk. Not even that much less risk and worse upside. I mean, there's you could use like a spread. A spread would be decent there, like a bull put spread, or like a synthetic long. I don't love that. It's weird watching the stock market without Gurk. Okay, listen, it was only like 30 minutes. You'll live. Hey, I started out mopping the floor, but now I'm washing lettuce. Soon I'll be on fries, then the grill. In a year or two, I'll make assistant manager. Then the big bucks start rolling in. Are you talking about your part-time job at Wendy's? Don't lie, you hooked up with your crazy neighbor. I didn't. Maybe he has narcolepsy. This is my wife with narcolepsy. So holding above gamma neutral through close tomorrow with Opex next week, still bullish, right? Yeah. I don't know if we've ever entered an Opex period above gamma neutral before. That'd be kind of weird. Even in November, I think. Well, the Thursday in November, we might not have been above it. Friday, we went above it. Definitely. Sorry I snoozed it for you, but in my defense, you were drooling on my feathers in your sleep. I thought you liked to get dirty. Maybe a squad of hit gnomes turned off the alarm. Do you get gnomes in New York? No? Where do you... Better question, where do you live that you do get gnomes? Do you see them frequently? I sent you a bullish Snapchat. I don't have Snapchat. Ivy must have got up at 950s. Stock price is down. But calls up from 360 to 370. Yeah. Ivy's kind of sensitive today. It's definitely not dropping though. I don't think we're seeing a lot of, even at the money, I don't think we're seeing Ivy drop very much. Today's downside moves were kind of rapid though, right? Mm, mm. Is Hershey about to fall off a cliff? I don't know if it's gonna fall off a cliff, but it might move back down to like the $200 level. Man, they took a fucking beating. People stop eating chocolate? I'm cool if you share. Just remind everybody that hopium is the killer of dreams. That's why I haven't shared it. Ah, fuck it. They can manage their hopium, right? Or they can't. Not my problem either way. I'll just say nothing about it, right? That's the answer. That way the ones that were most likely to experience hopium will just be like, what mean? And if I say nothing, then they won't have any hopium. Okay. Perfect solution. Nice thumbnail. Thanks, Ace Ventura. Daddy, would you like some sausage? No. Thank you, though. With the holiday allowing for T plus 4, could they slowly cover without spiking IV? And the problem is the market maker doesn't give a shit. The market maker is just going to cover, right? The ETFs are just going to cover. They don't care. So no. No, I don't think any significant amount of covering can be done on GameStop without spiking IV and triggering FOMO. Tomorrow's stream card should be you superimposed on Britney Spears' body with the headline, "Oops, I did it again." Because if you were late 4 days straight, might as well make it 5. It's not 4 days straight. I was on time on Tuesday. It was just Monday, yesterday, and today. And technically, yesterday I was up on time. I just wasn't inside my apartment. Is Jim Carrey the best physical comedic actor of all time? Maybe. Monday at 5 would be preferable. Do a poll. But then the problem with the poll is it gets skewed because the poor's answer based on their schedules. What we will have is I do think Monday is better because we'll have like foreign market data. Shouldn't there be a strong correlation between GME entropy and put OI on XRT? Who says there isn't? Share it in Pigeon Wheel chat for everyone to see and nobody but Pigeon Wheels to discuss it. BBBY DM is even more bullish. Ooh. Interesting. Can you give me Y versus DDS? Just because it's the most illiquid? Okay. Can you zoom out a little on that one? Like longer candles? That's what is that the 5? Being late is a period of higher probability of MOASS. You said earlier that we typically go a decent percent above gamma max on cycle runs, historically speaking, correct? Now with the exception of May Opex, yes. But to be fair, May Opex should not have run nearly as hard as it did. Can you explain why you're buying 0.4 delta? They're not 0.4. They're 0.3. And I just had a bid on them at 10 and they filled. Frankly, I didn't think they were gonna fill right away, but they did. uh Here's the 15. Okay, see that looks very promising. So here's 15-minute entropy for BBBY. I wonder how long they can sustain that in balance. I mean, even if the market maker just decides to stop pricing puts so favorably, that's gonna flip that gamma position on its head. Are you saying guaranteed MOASS next week? No. I knew I should have put in the bid for those lower. Son of a bitch. Alright, whatever. Chasing the Wind, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord, and I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. I won't be able to watch the stock on Wednesday next week. Should I set limits on Opex options, or you think we run Thursday as well? Like, you can't watch it at all? I guess you could try like trailing stops, maybe, if you can't manage the position. In my opinion, it's better to compare current entropy with March entropy. No. No. Liquidity is always increasing over time, or illiquidity. I was having a great day because I hit 150 last night on the bicep curl machine, and so Carl told me that in real free weights that translates roughly to pink 5-pound dumbbells. Why is all Capitan so mean? I mean, it translates to more than 5 pounds, pink dumbbells, but yeah, you can lift more on the curl machine because you get leverage against the backstop for your elbows. So maybe equivalent to like 35s, something like that. 40s. You're also using both arms simultaneously instead of independently of each other. So you can overcompensate with your stronger arm. I think it's important to differentiate what you just showed from the original indicator. I'm dividing that indicator on the security shown by the indicator value on DDS. Oh, yeah. It's compared to DDS. What's your general plan currently for entering Opex calls? I'm just buying them when they look like sweet deals, mostly. We see a pic of young Jack Garrick. I have to find some. I don't have like a photo album. Maybe somewhere in like one of my old like cell phone dump files. Any BBBY for Opex or just GME? I have BBBY positions for Opex. Are decline bicep curls like puts? Are puts same like shares? Okay, calm down, Bob. Of Bob Vance Refrigeration. I mean, I'm just buying out of the money calls right now. I'm not really buying anything out the money. I don't know how much I'm going to buy at the money. Some, but we'll see. At the money is fluctuating a lot, so I may wait longer to buy them. For people that can't watch calls as closely, could they set a GTC order, say for 2x, 3x their contract cost, and take profits that way? Yeah, absolutely. You could just set a good to close limit order. And then when the contract hits that, it fills. But I mean, you miss out on upside. So potentially a trailing stop is better. No, I didn't really take a lot of photos of myself. What do you think? I have an Instagram with 0 uploaded photos. What do you think of the low for Tesla could be today? Oh, fuck, I don't know. Back down to 620? What advice do you have for a guy who's trying to eat an avocado, but the pit is stuck in one of the halves? Oh, you take your knife and you fucking just hit the pit, and your knife will get stuck in it, and then you just turn it a little and pull it out. It's really easy. So you got your avocado, right? And then you take your knife and you smack the pit right in the middle, and then little twist, remove. I've sliced my palm open. Now what? Well, you're an idiot. Go to the hospital. Instructions unclear. Amputated my left hand. Trashcan has more photos of you than you do. That's definitely true. I already tried pit split. It's hopeless. Just hit it the other direction. Good price for cat entry. Everyone keeps asking me that today. Cat can go a lot lower. Especially if the market decline continues. It's at resistance at 195. Like where it hit today. But it can easily fall down to like this like 193 level or even 190. I don't know if it'll fall back to its low trend. If it falls this low, I'm definitely buying it. Like in this range right here. Hey Pickle Man, what do you think of $8 715s for BBBY? I mean, you're very close to the money. So that might not be terrible. How much are they? I know they're cheap. Yeah, they're pretty cheap. God, fucking calls are so weirdly priced. I mean, I guess at least if it just runs a little, you're buying calls within the like suppression range of those puts. So if those puts win out and are able to suppress the Opex breakout, then at least your calls will print. I guess that would be the benefit of them. I think whoever put that fucking slammed it with that big put delta or gamma is like not super aware of Opex, because it's going to cost them, because of their position, it's going to cost them a shitload of money to suppress like the ETF covering, because now puts are mispriced, right? Puts are far more expensive than calls. I missed and cut my counter in half. Nice. Avocado injuries are code ICD-10-CM. Diagnosis code in the ER as W27-4XXA. Contact with kitchen utensil. Initial encounter. If S slips this resistance, the next one is 722. Okay. I don't really care about F. Ban Darth Dan, euthanize Moonwind. He's still, if we don't close below 120, he's still gonna get a sign this week. That's all that's going on here, is Kenny's propping up the price so he can get a hold of Moonwind shares. Is this gamma imbalance on BBY bullish for the future? Yeah, it's very bullish after they have to close it. Those puts all expire July 15th. Use your Weeble referral. Hopefully you get something better than 4 Rocket and 2 UWMC. Ouch. I don't know. They usually give me Genworth Financial. I did get an Intero Resources not that long ago. That was cool. They've offered me a few times to join their like partner program where I get like a lot more, but then I can't say nasty things about their platform, and I don't like that. You know what should keep going lower? You guessed it, GME. It definitely can. I have a ridiculous amount of Bobby calls. I do too. I mean, they're so cheap. I just keep buying them, even though I don't really want more of them. At some point, oversold, and funds will rebuy for the sake of greed. Yeah. What exit strategy will you use when leaving Vegas after MOASS? You know, I really don't like Vegas that much. Like it's not my favorite destination. It's okay, but I don't gamble. Um, so there's not a lot for me to do there besides eat and drink their weird mud tasting water. You get drunk and like hang out at pools, but it's hot as fuck and that gets boring pretty quick. BBY puts don't cost same like shares. No. How should I recreate that form of imminent danger? You can just like drill holes and put like marbles inside your seedless watermelon. Hey Gurk, my stupid job made me do stupid work today instead of skiving off on the company dime. Anything interesting happened today aside from the market dying after the 0.75? Not really. GameStop IV's starting to get in like an okay range. Or a better range. Still too much volume. Use a different broker for your main account? I have a few brokerages. I don't know if I have like a main account. I have like the account that I do most of my options trading from. Well, 2 accounts that I do most of my options trading from. And that's like my other WeBull account and my IBKR account. I really don't. I don't gamble at all. Is it gambling? Some people would call my profession gambling. I disagree with them. You're a day trader, you gamble, get out of here. Nope. I've only ever played like penny slots for free drinks because I was in Vegas and I was broke in like 22, 23. So I was just trying to like get as many drinks as And I didn't even get drunk, was the worst part. I drank like 45 drinks, and they water them down so much that you can't even get drunk off them. And then by the time you've tipped the waitress, you've just spent as much as you would have on like a bottle of booze. That's not a gamble, it's a calculated position. Doesn't getting assigned on a CSP force delivery of shares like exercising a call does? I mean, you're buying shares, so yeah. GME resistance, what was that? Hold on, I just missed it. Smurfing on Weeble, lit. I don't know, mint something. I would call what you do more like counting cards, but you can't get banned. I don't know if you can count cards in Vegas anymore because of the way they, like the number of decks they use and the like shuffle, like that they don't. You're not being dealt from like a set number of decks anymore because they like bury the decks in the blackjack table and they like feed them out through that little machine. Sounds like something a degenerate gambler in complete denial would say. All right, I don't gamble at casinos. Yeah, I know about RDBX's short interest. The float isn't 2 million. That was the penny slots at Chippendales. Let's not talk about that night. Fine turd. I've been to a few casinos and gambling brings me no joy. It's rigged. The stock market though, that's a pretty good relative to casinos. Nothing rigged here, right? Could the massive put wall be used to mark long FTDs on BBY? I don't think so. They're in the money. $45 watered down drinks. It's still 45 drinks. Dude, they're so watered down though. They're like, first of all, they come in like little 4-ounce cups, right?
And then they're full to the top with ice. The little cubes. And then the mixer's like the rest of that. And then maybe like 4% alcohol. So it's kind of like it's kind of like vapor, but there's no actual booze in the drink. Your fill order sounded like a Wheel of Fortune yesterday. Yesterday was nice. With a low amount of capital, would you put that into BBBY calls or GME calls? I have more confidence in GME running than BBBY. But it's up to you. I'm not saying BBBY won't run, but I don't know how much. I don't know what they're going to try to do to suppress it. They definitely don't want the price slipping above $10. So I think they'll fight for that. You think it's worth waiting till Tuesday to enter? It could be. Can you add Guybrush GME and not moving? Maybe a little tickle might work. No. I'm not going to use Guybrush on a down day. You can still count cards. It just doesn't work. It's not a shoe, though. Like, they used to use shoes, but now they have this thing that, like they put the decks in and it shuffles it, and then it keeps shuffling it in between games. I saw a trade go through 122.04. Is that a glitch? I thought they could only do 4 decimals. I have no idea, man. Who cares? Revlon declared bankruptcy, but they're up 30%. Makes sense. Closing out positions. Yeah, I kind of agree, titty titty bang bang. Like, do you consider poker gambling? Like in poker, you're not playing against the house, right? Spy reversal? Maybe. I don't know. The volume's kind of dying off. Probably just a little oversold. If volume picks up here, then it could push up. That's a little better. But it looks weak. If I would even play Magic with the anti-rule in place. You're supposed to buy a bunch of stuff at the liquor store and go up to your room and slam drinks. I know. Called CCS, they only used at low limit tables. Automatic shufflers use 6 to 8 decks. $100 tables above still had hand shufflers. Interesting. Also, it takes the rake. Do you all spend hours and hours of research before making a decision when you play blackjack? I mean, you don't need to. Blackjack has like pretty fixed odds. His method of betting weren't scientific, but they worked. He won, he collected, and when he lost, he told the hedgies to go fuck themselves. What were they doing to muscle Gurk? Gurk was the muscle. What is this, fan fiction? Vintage for anti-MTG at a casino would be awesome. You think it's more likely they have a lot of exposure to cover that they will wait as long as possible to cover? Or do you think the market maker will start early, like tomorrow or Tuesday? If the market maker has a lot of exposure, I think the run will start sooner. If the exposure's on the other side, they'll try to delay it. The reason they're incentivized to buy in when the market maker does is because the market maker is pushing the price up, which drives up their cost of buying back in, right? But you can't hedge sports betting. I think that's where it differentiates, and that you can actively reduce risk. I mean, I guess you could hedge in sports betting, sort of. But never favorably. Thanks, Pickled Hole. We're writing fan fiction now? I'm about to win another gift card. Oh god, I was mentioned in the BBY channel. Just ignore them. When the pores tag you, dork, you have no obligation to respond. Don't don't get in there and mingle with them like JFresh does. It's disgusting. That's how you get dirty, and then you need a bath. If they start tomorrow, will they likely wait for SPY put repositioning? Mm, good question. I don't know. We'll find out tomorrow, right? We'll know more tonight. Right now, I have no idea what this. I mean, we're below gamma neutral, although gamma neutral's probably moved down. Appeared that it was comparing our entropy to June 7th, end of day. Yeah, it was. But it's also being weighed against DDS. Interesting. What if I tag him and he can't answer me? Too late. Made it sound like that he deserved to be burned on 1 DTEs. Don't kink shame me. I know what you're up to. Hey, Gurk, I want a refund for these VXX 90Cs. Get fucked, popcorn trader. I don't know. Call Wolverine and see if they'll give you your money back. But I'm a poor and you mingle with me sometimes. Fake news. Our hospital just got a $150 million donation. Imagine that just being a write-off for you. Was it Bill Gross? It's always Bill Gross. Real embracing question. Why does everyone mean when they say 950s in regards to options? I don't have a grasp on the terminology. They're discussing 950 calls. Yahoo Finance just released an article 8 minutes ago about multiple GameStop locations having mass resignations. Okay, good. Brings up our EPS. If you're on the Titanic, would you release the poorest from the cellar or leave us locked up down there? So I'm assuming I mean I would have gotten off the boat already. I would have gotten off the boat before the iceberg. Probably back at the port. Did I hear you say you weren't going to buy weeklies next week? I didn't say that. I said weeklies are stupid. No, Philadelphia's not doing shit today. Did you buy calls for Jimmy today? If so, what strike? I bought 145s. Uh, 12 of them so far. We'll probably pick up some more. Kind of waiting to see if we slip below here. Because if I get more, I'd like to get them at like 10% off if I can. Can you send me the Wolverine hotline number for worthless contracts? I posted a fire meme in the BBBY channel to spread some FUD about my own chart. Nice, dude. No, but Gross donated 500 million, the largest ever single donation. Bond King. Yeah, Bill Gross really likes to donate to hospitals that poor people can't go to. It's the best way to ensure that you don't help the disadvantaged. You're a pigeon whale. You would have flown away far before the thought of the poorest crossed your mind. It's a ship, not a boat. Who gives a shit? Boat, dinghy, ship, yacht, pool float. Same stuff. Girk standing on the ramp leading to the Titanic. Interesting. I don't like this. What's the most likely reason for all the deep in the money puts they keep buying? Oh, those are being sold. They're not being bought. Also, if stocks is gambling, then blackjack is investing. Thanks, Daddy. Kenny, put Jamie in a 120 to 130 channel and leave it there. Yeah. Divorced puts. The good faith rule is garbage. I mean, it makes sense. Just because you don't care about something doesn't make it irrelevant. You seem grumpy. No, I'm not grumpy. It could also be called a cruise liner. Just not that they really had cruises back then. Well, I guess they did. Just opened up an IBKR account. What are the next steps to becoming a zillionaire? JK, thanks for the knowledge. I'll become a member once memberships go on sale. Never gonna happen. Boat talk is lame. Let's get back to talking HVAC. Why not called space? Well, it's not in space. It's not just investing, but responsible investing. It has a rate of return of like negative 2.5%. Oh, I ship it. Of all the apartments in this city, Trash Dan had to walk into mine. He was wearing a lacy number, seemingly ready to whisper sweet recues in my ear. I wasn't against the prospect, but one look at my calves couldn't help but twitch. Detective Kirk at your service? Okay, that's enough of this shit. No more. Can you draw some bearish lines so we can load up on more discounted calls? No. There is a bearish line, but I don't want to draw it. Currently installing 2 AC units in the sun. Listen to Gurk. Life is good. What's up, Brandon? What sort of PM volume do you look for during Opex weeks? Usually above 40,000. Above 40,000 is a good sign. Opex, JFresh Opex Simp Cat. My puts I've been hate buying all week finally printed. Here's your cut. Congratulations. To all the poors that lost money copying me, that I hope they learn their lesson for the 3rd time. Thanks for what you do. I'm starting to get good at this. Nice, man. Congratulations on your puts. Bigger congratulations on fucking over the poors. They like to learn the lessons the hard way. I don't know why you guys would ever listen to a cat. Detective Kirk for mod? What's up, Silence of the Dans? It's been a while. Assuming we begin next week at 120, do you think we can break 200? Yeah, it's possible. Gamma Max currently is higher than it was on the last run in March. Why is BBIG green? Don't worry, it won't last. Always bet on cats. Noted, Roaring Kitty. I mean, cats are greater than dogs. You're not wrong. When do we short Redbox? I'm getting thirsty. Uh, After the FOMO from it being halted. Was anyone else disappointed as I was when I found out DFV wasn't actually a cat. Fair. About 100 shares of RDBX. If this CTB data is even 1/3 true, it could be it could spurt squeeze. It could, yeah. Redbox options turned off. Corruption. Oh, Jesus. Okay. It's not because they're doing a merger. Right? Nothing to do with the buyout. Just gotta be illegal, right? Kirk's alarm clock. Where the fuck were you this morning? Please touch on why the 145 strike. Isn't 150 supposed to be more liquid? Not ghosting. I'm still waiting for confirmation. I just want to learn strike choosing. I chose it based on its delta and ask. There was a low bid on it that was easy to beat and still come in under the mid, which I did. Like the mid was like 1050 and I got to fill at 10. Your cut of the SPY profits. Thank you for answering the DM question a couple days ago. Yeah, no problem, dude. Congratulations on those, by the way. You shadow banned me? The fuck I did. You just didn't make any noise. Like a dead fish. Before becoming a dillionaire, I used to sleep on the basement floor. Now, 7 months later, my wife's boyfriend lets me sleep on the floor of the master bedroom. Thanks, Girk. Here's some money for a new alarm clock. Thanks, Herva. Also, congratulations on the upgrade. Is it better on the floor in the master bedroom? Maybe the sex noises aren't as loud in the basement. Or maybe you like them. If I'm planning on exercising calls during Opex, should I buy July 1 to save on theta? Also, would it be better to sell the more in the money one and exercise the closer to the out of the money, or vice versa? It's better to sell the out of the money calls and exercise the in the money calls. Not the other way around. I was not informed of the merger, therefore not corruption. You know they have like 60 million share float, right? I'm not saying it can't pop and like move, but so much of the DD and data on RDBX is complete bullshit because people don't take the time to read like any of their financial statements. If I sell contracts today, can I use those funds immediately, or do I have to wait for them to settle tomorrow? You have to wait for them to settle tomorrow, unless, well, if you don't have any GFV violations, you can use them today, but the thing you buy with them today, you can't sell today. Otherwise, you'll get a GFV. I just imagine you're having difficulty readjusting back to Eastern Standard Time from your weekend trip to Persia. Fuck. You know, it's the jet lag, because you have to fly to Cuba first. It's a bitch. $60 million. I could DRS that in a year by myself. Could RC be the one suppressing BBBY to enter the majority of his position? His high strike calls are hedges against his put buying. Maybe. The right to buy options for the stocks of my choosing is as essential as access to water. Of course it's a crime. Any opinions on the share split? They're not going to do it with the price this low. If the price is higher, the chances of them doing it are higher. The bar rate is rising. It's clear someone's watching FTDs. So why did RC move earnings? Fuck you, man. I had a question about what you were just talking about. Now I forget what you were calling what you were just talking about. Well, thanks for letting me know that. I mean, he could sell all the puts, buy in, and then zoomies, right? Or buy in and then sell all the puts off. So no, it doesn't suggest that. Does the current price action at 122 look bearish or bullish? Vol looks to be dying off. RSI and MACD look bearish on most time frames. It's bearish. I mean, we're just chopping on gamma neutral, which isn't good, right? And a lot of the movement we're seeing here is likely gamma neutral fluctuating. What are your thoughts on the effects of index rebalancing on price action? Not between R1K and 2K, but weighting within the existing index. I mean, it's not as big as last year. Also, it's in July, so I'm not super concerned with it right now. But yeah, it's a much bigger deal to move indexes than it is to rebalance within the index. No, a user. Probably not. I bought 200C 715s. Wish me luck and pray for me, Gurk. Okay. Any thoughts on 10-year yields going nuts in Japan? They can start selling US treasuries. I wish I shorted the Japan bonds. Is there a scenario where we could have... where we would have to sell contracts Tuesday morning? I can't think of any. No. I pulled a loan to YOLO 50K on puts. Jesus. GFV? Trina? SPY going up to 370. Good faith violation. Google it. SPY going up to 370? No. If they legitimately bankrupt BBY, do they sell off their assets and we get some money for our shares, or are they just down to zero? I mean, investors are like the last ones paid back, right? If a company goes bankrupt. So sure, sometimes you might get something back, but usually no. One last degen play for Opex or smart investing to try to build it back up? Up to you, man. When Ivy crush on membership? Need to get entry point. Thanks. I haven't raised membership with inflation, so you're welcome. Is SPY gonna sell off tomorrow? Remember 355 end of week. Are you just holding 360 puts? Is that what's happening? I keep averaging down saying this has to be the floor, but then BBY drops lower. Story of all my investments, really. Fair enough. A drop in Jimmy in the next 10 minutes would be nice. Wouldn't be so bad. But IV's, I don't know. IV keeps bumping up. I have reduced membership prices by not raising them in relation to inflation, right? Same. I only lost 30% on my puts today instead of 90% after this big dip. Winning. Congratulations, Digital Good Time. Girk Pow, inflation is transitory. I'm only holding cash. Then why do you want the market at 355? Cheaper calls? I still don't see a case for BBBY going out of business right now. If BBY passes $10 during Opex, some wild shit's gonna happen. Girk same like Costco hot dog? Exactly. We should probably also point out that it's impossible to raise the price of Pigeon Whale membership. That's true. It is true. It's the maximum. How many pigeon whales are there? I have no idea. The count like changes and it's inaccurate. So like YouTube only gives me the data on pigeon whales from like 45 days ago. It just spikes when we run, which is cool. And then there's a baseline set of pigeon whales. Costco hot dogs are fire. Are they? They're just like a boiled hot dog. Can you please explain how employees resigning en masse results in higher earnings per share? Aren't those stores going to have zero sales while they're closed due to understaffing? I mean, hopefully those stores didn't have a lot of sales anyway, but they get to shut the store down, right? No overhead. So you're not paying for, electric or employees, which probably outweighs the price of or the cost of the lost sales. Also, I think those articles are bullshit, but I mean, if I were a hedge fund, I could go out to GameStop stores and be like, I'll give you guys all $500 today to quit. There's nothing illegal about that. And then maybe somebody calls the news desk at Market Watch and lets them know. Same like, I'll hire you a lawyer to sue. Forget 2 girls, 1 cup. Google 4 girls for finger paint? No. Why is Bobby IV so high? It's been high. Jamie IV just dropped. A little bit. Employee turnover is normal in retail. Yeah. And people are walking off their jobs all over the country. It's not just GameStop. Although I will say that protesting low wages by not working only benefits those with lots of money. Like, it doesn't benefit you in any way to like leave your job because you aren't feeling like you're being paid enough. It benefits you to find another job that pays more and then leave your job for that job. But when you stop making money, then you start, digging into your like free capital. Especially if you quit because you're not going to collect unemployment, right? And then whereas wealthy people are unaffected by that kind of thing, like because their assets continue to accrue value. But if you're broke and you work a minimum wage job and you quit your job, you're fucked. And it fucks you long term also. Like it's a shit form of protest. If I get fired, I'm gonna be so rich. Oh wait. A news article about 4 employees rage quitting at a GameStop store in Nebraska is huge news. I don't know about you, but I'm closing all of my positions. CCP anti-work propaganda strong. If we lose the economic war or have a civil war, human race enslaved within a generation. Better make that Billy fast, boys. YouTube employees walked out. AMD $82. Same like free. Cheap. Very cheap. Is there a chance they start covering Opex tomorrow, like last November? Yes. I gave a YouTube lecture this morning, so I'm a bit of a streamer myself. Congratulations, JFresh. You're saying the membership market data from YouTube costs same like equities and derivatives for poor? When highly leveraged speculative side bets for pigeon whale population boom and bust cycles? Why doesn't this fucking stock move? What do you mean? It's down like 6% today. It's moved a lot. UVXY to play the VIX. Bought some puts on the SPY, hit that low resistance, and they're printing. Nice. Why do you think so many average retail investors don't play the short side of the market? They don't really understand overvaluation or speculative valuation. Most retail investors playing the market are like have gotten in on a bull run, right? And so they're more likely to just like lose all their money because they won't stay in the things they bought for like 10 years, right? You can play the short side without actually shorting. Did nobody read that quote I posted by Graham last night? Participation in the stock market is not limited to the experienced, the conservative, nor even the intelligent. It's a game which any number of people may play. And as the market level rises, the quantity of players grows rapidly, and their quality diminishes somewhat in proportion. So that means when the market runs, when things are bullish, the quality of participants diminishes. Like AMC. Here's half of my SPY put earnings. Okay. Can you tell me if there's any likelihood my GME 624.95p will move at all without a $10 dip? No, you need a pretty hard drop. That's a nice quote. Can you read the V for Vendetta speech next? No. Here's the rest. I'm neither conservative nor experienced, and I can't even remember the third qualification that shows I shouldn't be doing this. Congratulations, Brett Harrell. I just sold the last of my 617 puts, so we can tank now. Witness my sacrifice. Noted. So quality is currently going up as they flee. Yes. They all bail like rats out of a sinking ship when the market starts to drop. But they don't have a lot of money, so they don't have a profound impact on the market. Do you want to take a look at the Friday where it ran in November? See if we can spot any similarities. Didn't we do this the other day? Why did that bring me back to 2019? The Thursday before, we were up 0.36% on 1 million volume. Opened 208, closed 210 with a low of 207.50. So no, not similar. Did you see AA's tweet yesterday? He said there are no fake shares out there on AMC. Yeah, AMC holders still consider that bullish. Really? I mean, they just think everything's bullish because they don't know what the fuck's going on. Safe to assume market will drop into close as no one wants to hold the SPY overnight. That's possible. Yeah. Over the weekend. The long weekend. Terrible calling for DRS now? Oh, Jesus. Who cares? Like, honestly, who cares what she has to say about stocks? No offense, but also offense. 50% gains on July 22, 210 Hershey's puts, holding strong, true to degenerate nature. If AMC hits $100, will you go see the new Top Gun movie? No. We said we were going to go up today. I didn't say we were going to do shit today. Would you say we've likely bottomed out? Maybe. If we break under 20, we can move down more. So it's not necessarily the case that we've bottomed out, but we've bottomed out on gamma neutral. Don't tell me you haven't checked out her OnlyFans. No. I haven't. What percentage of your calls are bought now? I don't know, like 5%? I'm not affiliated with Pickle Rick. Are NASDAQ stocks less rigged? No. There's just no DMM. There's still market makers, but there's no DMM. It's an automated exchange. NASDAQ short stocks tend to have more naked short interest than NYSE stocks. We were on a space with Tarable last night listening. They're angry that AA said no synthetics. They want to prove him wrong by DRSing. Let's just take 3 months to DRS all the shares. Oh, Jesus. Just stupid. Well, hey, right? What does that tell you, JFresh? Time to buy some computer share stock, right? Because if they start creating individual accounts for their single AMC share, AMC is going to go bankrupt in a month. So you buy AMC puts and computer share calls. That's the play. Because, I mean, I don't know how to say this nicely, so I'm not gonna. You know those dumb fucks are gonna do it, right? You said we could potentially run tomorrow, but you have not loaded up on options yet. Are you waiting for end of day or tomorrow? Or is there any price you're waiting for? No, just seeing what happens. I love how people are feeling anxiety that I'm not buying calls. Do whatever the fuck you want, man. Why does why does it matter what I'm doing? XF and Catley. Did you ever think you would be a king cucumber or trading? No. Hey, Greek, you mentioned last time that market orders are not the devil himself, which is what I learned from Superstock. Yeah. When are market orders preferable? Thanks, man. When you want to fill immediately. That's when they're preferable. When you don't care, you just want to fill. Sometimes your market order gets a nice fill. You know, it's not always bad. Like there's always this assumption that when you sell it, like you're just gonna sell at the bid, right? So if you're placing a market order and you can see the bid, that's most likely the price you're gonna sell at. If you're as much of a degenerate as I am, would you buy Opex calls today, tomorrow, or next Tuesday? I don't know if I'm as much of a. I don't know what level of degenerate you are. That's not necessarily true. I could be making a huge mistake not loading up on calls right now. Only time will tell. Because they either copy trade you or inverse trade you, and you're not trading runes both people. I mean, if someone inversed my port this year, they'd be down like 4,700%. So good luck to them. Copy trading just means that you're going to realize less profit, right? Because you're getting in after. I like your evaluation, but AMC holders can't afford the $25 account fee to open TRS. That's not true. Some people in AMC have a lot of money that they've lost. You tell IBKR to stop being mean to me when I use market orders? Nautical, I don't like your new name. Check the price of options using Black-Scholes style calculator before buying. That's usually how I set my bids when I'm buying like blocks. If November, the run started on Friday, right? Yeah. What I love about your stream is that you can dip your toes in both degeneracy and being a responsible investor. Haircut Gherk plus long hair shaggy Gherk. This is a massive compliment. Thanks, Stefan. It's a weird compliment, but thank you. I'm inverting Gherk's culinary tips. I just got my first Michelin star. By making pineapple pizzas? Some people in AMC had a lot of money. Yeah. Don't ask me why I think of this, but I think a lot of people copy Gherk's entries, but not his exits. This is true. People don't seem to understand that you won't learn options until you make purchase and sell decisions on your own. They don't want to understand that. That part's tough. It's hard, right? Worse yet, you have to accept the consequences of your decision. That's very difficult for people, I've noticed. Shadow ban check? Also, BBBY volume spike. Nice. And no, not shadow banned. I've robbed a bank and building society, but you'll never know about it. And I was 100% legal. Believe me, I do believe you. What happening, Spy Jimmy? My pants are getting warm. Are you considering purchasing any in case you see a big move up with Opex? Not currently. You should inform people what the dinging is. What dinging? Oh, I bought spy calls. CNS ends at 310. Market chameleon showing intraday IV on BBBY rising, but volume has been low and price is flat. What other factors would increase IV? The market maker? I remember watching your first or second stream and thinking you were a huge shill. Man, was I wrong. Glad you've come all this way. I feel like I remember you being a big pain in my ass in the beginning. So I can agree with that, Sahib. But you've been here forever. Am I dumb buying para because I did it? I don't know. Are you? You could answer that question better than me. So people can copy your trades. It's 100% on them if they mess it up. I mean, the problem with that is like most of my trades aren't even occurring where people can see them. So they're just making assumptions. Just bought the last of my GME Opex position. Right? I was so nice in the beginning though, Sahib. Like why was I a shill in the beginning? That's when I was like I've become far more snarky and more like myself since. Was I too nice? You didn't trust the niceness? That I understand. I don't trust nice people either. Fucking shady. I know you have Mark Long. I can tell what you were doing by the tone of the ding in your smirk. I got burned by Warden. Also not Warden swap, but my own. Fair. You need to be confident in your own plays. Don't if you're it's not that you can't copy someone's play, you can, right? But you need to know why. You need to know exactly why, and you need to be in agreement with the reason. Like we're all watching the same stock and we can all take different positions on it. You're the nicest New Yorker I know. New Yorkers aren't mean. We get a bad rap. We're indifferent. We're not mean. The first time I watched the stream, there was pickle drawings all over the screen and the Dillionaire song playing. Been here ever since. Thanks, JMOs. You're way more open with talking about your stock secrets than you were. I don't have any stock secrets. Don't call them that. It's ridiculous. RSS scares me. Can you tell me that I'll be alright and that TDA won't sell my shares during MOASS? And I don't need to worry about phantom shares during a split if I don't DRS. Yeah, none of those things. Also, if that happens, who gives a shit? Like, if the only shares of GameStop left are the ones that exist in DRS, who cares? No one wants to buy them. I know everyone's like, ah, but they have to. No, no. They don't have to do shit. I miss also brokers aren't going to sell your shares because their margins are going up when the price rises. Fidelity is going to be rich as fuck if MOASS ever happens. I miss the educational what is boofing and what is keystering. Really set the tone on the stream early on. Copied your 145C. Reason, I got a better price than you. Nice. Well done. All of mine filled at 10. And all of us could be right because of different time frames. Yeah. The South being very pious, mistake irreverence for meanness. Interesting. I thought you were Californian. No, I lived there for a long time. Off and on for a long time. Secret DD hoarding. Can you confirm BBBY share float? 24 million. It's 80. 80 million shares outstanding. They announced it in their fucking earnings. I think the biggest issue I've had is exiting a play profitably. Greed gets the best of me and I get burned, so I've decided to avoid options for now. I've always been confident in the play. Fair. Yeah, you can't be greedy. It's tough. I understand. As a greedy person, I get it. You're the most indifferent New Yorker I know. Not secrets, work experience. Yeah, better description. Your mom's hot friend. I'm great at opening positions, bad at closing them. I used to be bad at opening them too until you shared all your stock secrets with us. There's no stock secrets. What is internalization? The boofing of order flow. I think New York's cityers are low-key lonely. This is why they choose to live so close to other people. I think most people in New York City are pretty nice. I mean, you don't run into that many assholes, given how many people are here. There are far more assholes in, like, California. Places where the sense of entitlement is far higher. Prison? What are you talking about, Double Down? Which dates for this 145C? Why are you worried about it? I bought July 15 145s. $12 of them. The only reason I was greedy on options is because I made like 500% on the first one I played. I quickly learned my lesson. Yeah. Was that a secret BlackRock stock gaming chair? Sure. Jesus Christ. Something in the water for those US Northeast. I mean, they have better water quality than most of the rest of the country. Maybe it's not that there's something in the water, but less in the water. Which state has more jabronis? I mean, that's like Jersey, right? The way it was explained to me is East Coasters are kind, but not nice, and West Coasters are nice, but not kind. Interesting. That's not bad. What do you buy puts on when everything is discounted? Tesla? Just index options? Most stocks seem oversold right now. I mean, things are a little oversold right now. And options expiration's tomorrow, which means that there's probably going to be, like a bit of a relief rally as short positions are repositioned. So yeah, this is kind of a low point. AMD, Qualcomm leads chips lower. Samsung reportedly halts orders news. Doesn't AMD get their... I thought AMD didn't have... or production was through TSMC, not Samsung. That should fuck over NVIDIA. I know a lot of people who crushed on their first ever options play. Mine was at... I mean, yeah, because 50% of them probably won. When are my 140 weekly C's going to print? I'm holding them to the ground. I'm drinking coffee, eating mini watermelons all day. So much hydration, so much caffeine. Fuck. I love all the grand theories on New York from people living in Pittsburgh, Baton Rouge, and Armadillo, Texas. You mean Amarillo? Please refer to me as the anti-Victor now. Are you killing Tesla, Carl? Look at that. Tesla already down below 640. Please tell all 1,600 of your viewers how Philadelphia is the key to MOASS. Is there a reason XRT dropped like a rock? I don't know. Sure. The market dropped? Everything dropped like a rock today. It's being shorted. By how much does an Opex run usually surpass Gamma Max? It's not so much that it surpasses Gamma Max a lot. It's that Gamma Max rises in relation to the increase in price, right? So if this is GM, and then this is the price, right? Like, and then eventually Gamma Max stops rising, right? Because options become too expensive, and then we break out above it. It can vary, though, how much we break out above it when we do. Like, Gamma Max was up to 180 on the last run when we broke up to 200. Just hop back in, and I know how much you like repeating yourself. You thinking better entry end of day today or tomorrow for August calls? I'm not really buying any August calls, but I don't know if it'll matter. I don't think their IV is going to change very much. Mostly you'd be worried about Delta. So the question is it going to drop below gamma neutral today and tomorrow, or is it going to sit on gamma neutral? Because if it sits here through tomorrow, then it doesn't fucking matter, right? But if it's gonna drop, if it's gonna fall below 120, that could matter a lot, right? It's really hard to plan my Opex entry when cat hits 195. If it was just in loving God, cat would stay sub 200 till I have post Opex 10 days. If that were the case. Ran into tons of nice people this past weekend in upstate New York. Overall, way nicer than anyone from Massachusetts, Rhode Island, or New Hampshire. That seems biased, but okay. How much does Opex run usually surpass Gamma Max? I already answered that. Are you taking any XRT positions? No, I did that last time. I kept buying XRT positions and selling them on the morning volatility spikes. But it really wasn't that profitable given the amount of capital I was tying up doing it, so I stopped. We don't talk about South Jersey. What's up, Gaff? Check your spy calls. I think they stopped out. Yeah. They stopped out like shortly after I bought them. Might buy some more. I had a really tight stop set on them, and I put it in when I bought into them. I think they're... Yeah, they closed out like right away. Up 0.5. I mean, I didn't make a lot of money on them, but... By making another move down. When setting trailing stops for options, is it better to set it to price or percentage? Up to you. It's not... One isn't necessarily better than the other. price is a little more accurate. What's new, Dill the shill? We moon in tomorrow, I heard. Denied told me a 7-to-1 split is coming. Oh, great. So, buy puts? How much does the stock price usually surpass the Gamma Max measured at the start of the Opex run? Or does it really depend on the time frame? Okay, man, I answered that pretty in depth. I even drew you a little diagram. There is this ex-bodybuilder, pseudo-celebrity turned J trader named Teddy Zane. Every day he complains about losing 70K on Tesla, and talks about risky day trades he's making bank on. Sounds like bullshit. What does Girk's gut think about tomorrow? I don't know. It's empty right now. I can't think. 2.2 million in 150 Jan 23 puts bought. Sold? Or bought? Is it one block? New Hampshire is the south of the north. New Hampshire is weird. I'll say that much. Is June Opex independent from direct FTDs on GME? I.e., do the compounding FTDs on GME influence the ETF rebalancing? Yes, June Opex is independent from FTDs. You're really behind on chat. I don't think so. I don't think so at all. You said that at 153. It's now 154. What's up with deep out of the money puts being bought? I don't think they're being bought. I'll take a look at it, but I have a feeling that they're being sold. Yeah, these are being sold. See the ask increasing? OI is going up. Well, they're estimating that OI is going up. I've officially joined the Ban Moonwind Coalition. Ban Moonwind? No, I meant armadillo. Oh, okay. If you could live anywhere in the world, where would it be? Probably where I'm at. I can't believe how bad on chat you are. How can you tell they're being sold, not bought? Well, first off, the price isn't going down. Which if they were being bought en masse would cause a market maker hedge to the downside. So that's the first step. The second being that the ask is rising and OI is increasing. I'm sorry, bid, not ask. Bid is increasing. It doesn't track the ask on shift search. Chances of dropping towards end of day, big rug pull. I mean, I don't know. We'll see how many positions want to be held overnight with today's big drop. We're still during the SLD deposits, right? Oh, interesting. So it doesn't track the bid anymore? Did they update shift search? It's now tracking the last. Curious. Yeah, these are being sold. This could be like a bear put spread, but it may just be more of that entropic hedge. Like, look at all the 800s sold for January also. So that sell buy thing on yeah, it's still wildly inaccurate. The sell buy indicator is bullshit on shift search. Don't use it. It's not like correct at all. And really the only way to tell if they've been sold or bought is at the end of the day after OI updates. That's why we're always waiting for the OI to update. I have a $3,300 to position myself for Opex. Will it be a good expiration for buying calls for next week? June 24th or later? I mean, you want them after the 24th because they don't have to cover next week until the 24th. Sorry we were rock climbing this morning and left you hanging. It's okay. Good ramen in New York City. Oh, what's the name of that place? Hold on. Okay, so there's this place in the East Village called Misoya that's fucking awesome. Uh, Miso YA. It's like one of my favorite ramen places in the city. The correct answer is Aputo. Aputo's good too. I know at one point, I think they had like Michelin, like Bib Gourmands. Or like they got a like Michelin recommended. Like one of the lesser awards. What's up, Sean Daniels? Rehypothecated pigeon whale. Ignored my Ko-Fi? Ignored or didn't see? Cruiser cut of the Tesla puts. DMs. Tesla dead. Nice job, Carl. Ooh. Good job on the 640s. Playing oversold reversals are dumb during a recession. True. Well, sometimes, but mostly, yeah, mostly true. Are we waiting for news again? No. There's a Powell speech, I think, tomorrow morning. I don't know how much stagnation that would cause. I don't think it's like an official speech. The housing stuff for today is already out. Came out in pre-market. Industrial production tomorrow, which is expected to drop. I want to buy Jimmy stock for Opex. Is now a good time or wait for this afternoon or tomorrow? I mean, we're at gamma neutral, so either we break below it or we don't. Bank of Japan tonight. Big deal. The EcoFin meeting? I'm not seeing that. Is that like an emergency meeting? It wasn't scheduled. Last meeting was on the Cool. Wasn't there like a relief rally in the treasuries overnight though? Like, shouldn't that have taken some of the pressure off of them? That's got to ease up their bond market, right? Yeah, I've traded SPX contracts. I don't trade SPX on here because they don't I don't like trading the indices on WeBull. Not that it's bad, it's just not my favorite. The second reason being I prefer the SPY. It's more liquid. What happening to 950s is IV. Is always this irrational? Yeah. I mean, volatile? Volatile is the word you're looking for, and yes. It's their monetary policy meeting Thursday into Friday. Okay. Interesting. Would you rather have 950s Jan 2023 or 145s July 15th? I'm trying to weigh up the better value for the money. I mean, they're totally different plays. One you expect to go in the money, the other one is an IV play. But it makes sense for them to cover early, as it can be difficult to fight active fund pressure during SPY relief rally. I mean, there's only so much they can cover in advance. Even in November, they still had to. The stock still ran after the Opex date was like finalized, right? They can hedge the imbalance, but they can't predict it. When SPY new all-time high? Like 7 years. Awesome Ray upcoming events. This group is knowledgeable as fuck. I can't find any news on the Japanese Bank of Japan monetary policy meeting for tonight. Take your word for it, but I can't seem to find anything. I wonder how much confidence they're going to instill in the relief rally. Like, that's just temporary, right? Their bond market's going to be under pressure again in a few weeks. Do you have to urinate? No. What a weird question. Seven years. The economy's pretty fucked. It's not getting better, Mark. We'll see all-time high in the SPY again in a year or two. Yeah, we'll see. You're assuming recession, not depression. I think depression is more likely. monetary policy currently has no effect on the inflation forces that are creating the largest rise in core inflation, like the supply chain, oil, commodities. And so yeah, it doesn't look like we're headed for a recession. This looks worse than '08 almost. How does the SPY usually react to Opex? Well, right now the SPY is extremely oversold, right? So those options are likely to close, and then they're going to reposition, which will cause a momentary rally as market makers make up the negative GACs before repositioning and pushing back down. You think quantitative easing ended? The Fed's tightening now, officially. Meetings today, tomorrow. Summary will be released June 27th. Any change will be announced about midnight tonight, give or take. BOJ can be finicky. Okay. Can you DM me a link, Segan? Thanks. Just so I can check it later. RSS tells me that the rise in inflation and market downturn is because Jamie is going to MOASS. Good thing I'm holding my 5 shares. They alone will help me rebuild after the coming apocalypse. Only if you DRS them, Gaff. Why does Bank of Japan matter? Because they hold a huge number of US treasuries. And if they need to sell them, it can cause a sell-off in treasuries, which would be very bad. I mean, I have a lot of money in like short positions right now. I have all my long stuff, but I don't think I'm at risk of those going down to my cost basis. The closest one is O. I might drop O for a few months and try to buy it lower. But like my GameStop's not in danger right now. My AMD's fine. We talk about Musk, Tesla, and SpaceX getting sued for Dogecoin pyramid scheme. Is that real? Citadel short treasuries. No, I'm not married. Also, Bank of Japan Supposedly has a lot of FANG stocks. Yeah. Well, I understand the pyramid's real, but is the lawsuit real? What are you eating? Baked cheese puffs? So the spiral time high being 7 years out, would you assume the same for GME? No, I think GME will do well in a recession. It's not that gaming's recession proof. I just don't expect it to perform poorly. After weeks of shorting GME, I'm starting to see the bull in the chart. Do you see it too? It's starting. Yeah. It's not here yet, though. What are you wearing right now? Just a t-shirt? Like cheese doodles, but supposedly healthier. And with reduced sodium. Can you show us trading SPX ES? If you don't see this message, am I 100% shadow banned? What the fuck? 1000% shadow banned? I see the message. No. What do you mean show you trading it? You just go to SPX and select options. Like any other stock. It's not like special. I've tried a couple of those meal prep services, and the food's always been awful. Pooh Bear style. I wanted my bottom half to be naked like the puts I sold this morning. Did you see the Ko-Fi from Bipolar Bear? No? Well, it looks like there's a strong possibility I'll be going to prison. Should I just set a limit sell on my shares or let them ride and see where they're at in 5 years? Wait, what? Shit, dude. They don't seize your assets? Why am I not seeing him in chat? The ultimate diamond hand. Hashtag free the bear. Thanks, Xerxes, kindest of all god kings. Dad. You should manage his port live on stream while he's in prison. Well, I'm kind of worried. Bipolar Bear got caught with fake shares. I don't have any criminal lawyer friends. Taking no sell to the next level? It's too soon, man. Well, I never know if it's a joke because he's a bipolar bear. Hold on, bipolar bear, do you work for Citadel and did you just take a bunch of PPP loans? I'm still here. Refresh your stream. That was a rough 37 seconds. It's okay. Think Jimmy breaks up or down? Why not just flat? Just right here. We get 5 years of compounding interest while bipolar bear gets pounding interest for 5 years. The legal system is broken. Hashtag free the bear. Here's what I'm trying to figure out. Did bipolar bear do it bad and get convicted? Or did he do a bad and get accused? Well, they're not the same. What percentage of your planned Opex position have you bought into already? Like 5%? Absolutely, he's guilty as fuck. Bipolar Bear got caught boofing his DRS AMC shares behind a Walmart. If you remain in the 120 range and to close tomorrow, will you hold off entering the bulk of your position until open on Tuesday? Probably. Was the additional leverage worth it? It's probably about the same. You're closer to the money on 715 500s. Was it my fault? I thought it was a free balloon day, and I probably shouldn't have assaulted that cop either. Oh boy. Well, bipolar pair is fucked. I don't know. Maybe DRS your shares and wait. I mean, that's what DRS is for, right? Cold storage. Sounds like you signed up for the infinity pool. If you're telling me the truth, I'm sorry, man. That sucks. But if you assaulted a cop, you're fucked. Hear me out. Gherk for president, then you give Bipolar Bear a pardon. Are you the stockbroker version of Saul Goodman now? No, that's Bruce. Spy might get some resistance here at 36.50. I think this is like an important level on SPX, so. If you have on good intel that there's a large number of institutional out of the money SPX puts coming in for one DTE, would it affect your Opex entrance? I mean, GameStop's not really falling in relation to the SPY right now. Never. And bear oppression. What happens with Sherman Williams? It died like Tesla, but worse. Just get back in at the bottom. They still make obscene money. Nice. Yeah, still looks good. When CNS ends, can you say "Here we go" in your best Mario voice? Calling FUD on bipolar bear's imprisonment. All right. There's nowhere in the rule book that it says a dog can't trade commodities. What's your point? Just wondering if it qualified for SSR or not. You can look it up on NASDAQ. I heard TradeSpotting talk about that too. He said people that talk about Opex are scam artists looking for people to pay for premium. Okay. Interesting. If you wanted a GME's put, if wanted a GME put right now in case we drop lots tomorrow through Tuesday, what delta theta date would you look to get trying to learn? If I was gonna get puts, I would buy them on a rally like this, like near the money, and not very far out. I didn't buy anything. The amount of SPY crashing calls in here makes me think there's an astounding number of people who weren't trading as recent as March 2020. Yeah, this is not what a crash looks like. That was just your doorbell, right? I mean, it wasn't me buying 0 DTEs. Actually, that's a true statement. There are no 0 DTEs for GameStop today. What? I'm sorry I'm late. Can you draw on the chart what bipolar bear's jail time will be? I wonder if all this FTD covering means anything. It's pretty bullish, I think. If the Fed had not leaked the 0.75 rate hike to the New York Times, do you think we would have legit crashed yesterday? No. Dude, I have such a tingly feeling in my downstairs area. It's hard to put into words. Interesting. Did you spill like tea tree oil on yourself? Do you expect upward or downward pressure from CNS? Probably downward. Given our resistance to the SPYs movement today. Looks like FTDs are still relatively high. We only really dropped overnight. The intraday drop wasn't as significant. That was actually about equal, I guess. So it went from 129 down 5. Yeah, it was a little less during the day. Maybe it's like neuropathy. Are you eating too much sugar, dork? That could be your nerves dying. You're pre-diabetic or at risk for diabetes. This is very serious. Stop cranking one out with Tiger Balm. PSA, a crash requires a catalyst. Yep. You should get checked, most likely an STD. Interesting. Ortex wants your money. Ortex is terrible. Still in similar baskets. I mean, BBY hasn't been in exactly the same basket as GME since last year, right? Since the rebalance. Have we entered the medical advice hour of today's stream then? Jack of all trades, this guy. I know. When do you start giving advice? You shouldn't give advice, Gaff. You're always so negative. Telling someone to go see a doctor isn't medical advice. Said his penis was tingling. I mean, that's not normal. You're just sitting there and your penis is tingling. For those of you that may not have a penis, that's abnormal. I was thinking of buying a nice round number of GME 0.2003 Delta Leaps. Was wondering how much peanut butter is too much for my sandwich. Spoonfuls, not knife swipes. Chunky or creamy toilet wine? Denied just bought in. I'm a doctor. Does this medical condition require 50 to 90-minute lectures? That's about the extent of my abilities. You are not curious what will happen when DRS will lock the float? Not at all. I don't give a flying fuck. I know what'll happen. GameStop will liquidate more shares. Chunky peanut butter, both sides, 5/16 of an inch thick. Whoa! That's way too thick. Especially on both. Ew. No. That's gonna stick to the roof of your mouth. What happens when DRS locks the float, huh? What do you have to say to that? No response then? Shill confirmed. Being a financial advisor is easy. You just tell people what to do with money, and when it goes wrong, you tell them that nothing is guaranteed in the market. It's as easy as being a weatherman. I mean, no, you're held to requirements when you're like a registered financial advisor. You can't just go lose everyone's money. Is it as easy as being a weatherman? Yes. Doesn't being a weatherman require a degree in meteorology? Since you live in New York City, have you ever seen the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles fight crime? Of course. Thanks for waiting to release the August monthlies. You saved me thousands. $2 million worth of Jan 2023, $40 calls bought. Guess I need to clear a little extra out before Sanus closes. That dump on RDBX is a stop loss trigger. Joke's on them. I'm already down 80% on my calls. I tried to warn you, man. And you're like, no, I know more about the stock market than you. And then you got fucked. Now you can't even average down. Fucking Dunning-Kruger. How many strikes you adding to your spread? I don't know. A bunch. When they feel good, generally. That's what I'm going for. Like, I just hover over each call, and if it makes me feel warm, I buy it. I'm basing my entire position on just my own body temperature. Not gambling. I'm using data. You think Tesla continues down tomorrow? Sure. Yeah. Tesla's still super overvalued. I know some of you guys own a bunch of Tesla. I'm sorry. Talked a lot of shit when it was trading at $1,200. What do you think of Papa Musk now? Still techno king? Or dirty old pervert? Why not both? I don't always average down, but when I do, it's because I'm about to show my financial advisor my P&L statement. Shut up and take this pony. Only if it's a mini horse. Oh yeah, you're getting a bit carried away there, dork. Mm. Sold deep in the money calls for Jan 2023. Is that what we saw before? I don't remember if Philly was bid hit or ask hit. It was bid hit. On this one, it looks like bid hit. Or you mean like last week? They were on the ask. Although the spread there is like almost non-existent. Tesla bulls were telling me they would be a $3 trillion company a year ago. See, anytime anybody's overly bullish about anything, I assume they're an idiot, right? Like, because bulls are dumb. So when people are coming out and saying things like Bitcoin to 100K, Tesla to $3 trillion, like, you're almost always going to make money anytime a large group of people are saying shit like that. Numpty. I believe the correct title is Doge Lord. Ugh. What percent of your position have you entered so far? 8. I don't know. Roughly. Like 8 to 10%? No, not by getting the money calls. You plan on rolling calls if Opex doesn't hit? Nope, I'm gonna sell them. Brother, I do love watching you work. Sadly, I got excited and have 50% of my position already. 135, 145, July 200, 225, August 250, October 9, 250 October, oh, 950 leaps. Huh. I'm setting limits that have very little to do with the current trading price. Opex. You're spending 90% on weeklies? No. No, not stops, limit buys. What should I be looking at when deciding on strikes for July 15 calls to capture Opex? What do you mean, what should you be looking at? The premium? The Greeks? Thoughts on Gamma Ramp covering tomorrow before Opex really starts? Could happen. The Persians? It's not a knife, it's a chip clip. Nice wick, bro. What's with the sad? Okay, whatever. Be sad, I don't care. Market makers have been pricing in IV bumps all day. Look at my calls. It's not like I bought them much cheaper. Okay. Yeah, everyone's sad? I'm not. I'm in a good mood. The day off Monday next week, pushback covering to the following Monday? No. I have no strong feelings one way or the other. I mean, I slept for shit, almost 5 hours. I have so much energy today. Shit, you too, Mark Long. Will Opex cause price spikes in the SPY during rebalance? It can, yeah. SPY has a dividend too, don't forget. Eggplant. Oh, I'm not hungry. T-minus 3 minutes. I'm not playing the song today. I saw your bonus check last week. Well, I'm not buying any in the money. Super hot kitty. But yes, because IV generally starts rising before price. Also because out of the money calls are less affected by price changes in the near term. So like we're down $4.77 from yesterday, right? But the 950s I bought yesterday are up 15%. Sinus. It's almost done. Last little pump. It always makes me smile to have a better entry average than you, but you always beat me on the exits. I'm leaning to just 2 calls to this round. I'm thinking July 15, 125, 150. Am I crazy for being apprehensive? No, not at all. Nothing like getting burned to teach you lessons the hard way. People really edging me with 1K likes today? Are we not over 1K likes? Like the fucking stream, people. Not that hard. And Cenis is over. Last time you said you don't care about the likes. I don't, but I also don't like listening to Fluffy in the chat being like the stream. We were at 980, 990 for 30 minutes. Do it for Fluffy, guys. Fluffy get thrown under the bus. It's his own bus. It's like jumping off the front of a moving boat. I don't like listening to Fluffy in the chat saying like the stream either. See? Ah. We don't know until the OI updates Ryan Cohen ETF. What's up, Kitty Pickle? I appreciate you too. Thanks. No, Fluffy and Fizzy aren't the same. MOASS tomorrow? I don't know. What do you think? Mod me in the Discord, please. Is there someone you want me to ban, JFresh? Just tell me. I'll ban him. Fizzy's in charge of the operations division that I work for at BlackRock. I mean, my buddy. I'm asking JFresh who needs to be banned. You don't think there will be further down push tomorrow to shake off weeklies? Oh, sure. That's possible. No, it can't. It's called satire, Sahib. It's protected. If you run to 160 next week, split announcement? Maybe. Pi-Fi, the king of open-ended answers. It's because I don't want to answer the question. What's up, Carl? If we don't run to 650 by end of day tomorrow, I'll be broke. How's that any different than now? You're broke already, popcorn trader. Bet all your money against Larry Ellison's greed. True, false. Jimmy will likely go down more before Opex. Which one are you asking? Will it go down or can it go down? Yes, it can go down. Will it? I don't know. We can't seem to fall below gamma neutral no matter how hard we try. Get retracted on nerd. Since both presume the same uncanny timing of cycles, peaks, and troughs, why do you favor CCs plus CSPs versus swing trading your shares? If max profit the only goal is stated, I have no reason to sell my shares. I have long-term capital gains on them, almost all of them. I can hold them forever. I can get loans against them. I can do all kinds of shit. Wait till the borrow rate hits 1,000% and lend them out to Kenny. Then recall them on a run when the OCC collects them as collateral for my covered calls. It's the best. Please ban me. End my suffering. I like having you here, turd. You're one of my favorites. I've bought 35 950s, 12 145s, and 20 200s so far. I've seen the intraday borrow rate on DDS spike to like 4,000. You can use a lot of things for collateral for a covered call. BBY to hit $12 to $15 during Opex? I fucking hope so. Give a quick recap of expectations moving into next week. I covered that last night. Look at the end of the day video from yesterday. Thanks, McCauliflower Culkin. Jimmy's 100% dumping next week. What's wrong with my mic? I want to buy 0 DTs. Oh boy. Opex is this Friday. How are you in here every day and you don't know that? Opex expiration is tomorrow. Let's go with this price action. I'm not gonna lie, it kind of just looks like a lot of calls being purchased. Thanks for making us miss our entry. How did I make you miss your entry? I've been buying fucking calls all day. Let's try as a support for Jamie at 125. I know the put's being sold off. It doesn't look like that many puts are being sold off. Let me check the flow. A few 120s being sold off, but not a lot. The 125s are being bought right now. It's not a lot of volume trading on that strike. Weird. What's this gap? Lots of 140s and 150s being sold. July 15th, 140s being sold. Jan 20, 150s being sold. Jan 23, 800s being sold. Hot take, Jimmy finishes green today. That'd be cool. Sold calls? I don't see any sold calls in the money. There's some July 15s, 140s, but they're very slim. And it looks like they were sold earlier in the day and then bought later in the day. I don't think those are majority sold, though. When does ETF rebalance? Next week. It starts tomorrow, but it goes out through next week. What percent of capital have you deployed so far? I don't know. Like 15%, roughly. It looks like people sold calls this morning, Dork, but I think they bought them back in the afternoon. Like, a lot of people sold calls on this. It's market makers buying stock from the beginning of the XRT put rule. It's a little soon, isn't it? It looks like a lot of calls being bought right now, Turd. Are you all out of your VXX calls? No, I have 25s. I closed the 35s on the last relief rally. FLBL? Oof. Rough. Senior loans rated B minus. Interesting. Who's this run by? State Street? Shady Fox. My calls are up 45% already. Thanks, Pickle Man. No problem, dude. I respectfully request full ball. Shouldn't we wait? Beat the pickle, beat the game. I mean, historical evidence points to BBBY and GME running simultaneously. Hmm. Last year, June 9th to August 24th was a downtrend, so why are we expecting a run next week? Because Opex. Regulate dates, not events. June 9th to the 24th was a downtrend because RC released 5 million shares and ETFs sold off 12 million shares. Are you hedging any of this Opex play? I mean, I could sell covered calls. No puts to protect some value, downside, shorter dated. Not right now, no. Any deep in the money exercise today? Yeah, some $40 calls. Not as many as yesterday, but 30 and $40 calls. About $3 million worth. No, I've never tried peanut butter with pickles. It sounds disgusting. Be honest with me. I'm not the worst trader in here, right? Not at all. You, you, I don't even know if you could if you tried. When setting limits for next week, is it unrealistic to expect 5x of what I paid? Yes. XRT puts went from 27,400 to 26. Yeah, I know. Do you think like today could be part of the reason we're running slightly? It could be, but there's a lot of call buying right now. It may have been one of the reasons we resisted the downtrend also, and the price action from this morning. Did someone say worst trader ever? Hey, Popcorn. When's the last Opex they used deep in the money calls to get shares? They did it before June last year. Like May and June of last year, before the shareholders meeting. Why are you so bullish now when you said you would wait until the last second to buy calls? I am waiting. I have a big enough position to get into that I need some time to enter it. But I've waited quite some time. More positions, and people tend to make bigger bets and they ignore their risk more in larger positions. Losing $10,000 off $100,000 doesn't seem nearly as bad as losing 2,000 off of 20. It's psychological. Usually most of the mismanagement of larger portfolios is psychological and not adhering to a strict risk management strategy. Chicken Tender Daddy, I almost banned you. Careful. I've been trading the cycle over the past month, and I'm pleased to say I now have as much money as I started with. I mean, at least you don't have less. Did you sell your Jan 950s? No. Yeah, they're up about 20%. What's the effect on GME price if those puts expire out of the money? I mean, the market maker will drop the hedge. Okay, Jay Fresh, I know perfectly well you know how division works. Try losing 10K off 14K. My GME calls are green. Is this what Opex feels like for you usually? And that's what March felt like. I've only blown up my port 4 times. I've heard worse stories, if it's any consolation. Bad time to buy 950s, wait for IV to crush a little bit. I don't know if it will. Like I don't know how good of a deal you're gonna get on those. Earlier today, IV was down a lot, but they were still up like 8-9%. What's your recommendation for a platform for options? IBKR is really good. I like WeBull as well. If you want a lot of margin, like TDA or Tastyworks. Can you tell me what your orange line is on, please? 126.70. Is it unrealistic for me to expect my 950Cs, my three 950Cs, to print enough to cover my remaining $10,000 worth of calls? Yes. Even if they 10x and you have the same cost basis as me, that's still only 9 grand. And for them to go more than 10x, that's really got to fucking run. And you have to get a perfect exit. I have no idea what you're talking about, BJ. Is there a way to scalp IV on the way down after the run is over? Out of the money puts? Although IV doesn't usually bump on the way down, not nearly as hard, right? They're trying to crush IV when they drop the price because they're short volatility. There's work on different distribution routes. Will they come in time? Do you think the 950 calls are better than July 15 500s? They're pretty similar. But yes, they'll hold their value longer. They'll fluctuate less at resistance. Going into tomorrow, it looks like just slightly less than March, but with a greater number of FTDs on the underlying. So add the money puts and CCs. Yeah. Well, CC is going to take advantage of the upside volatility, which is nice. I'm chill. You chill? Yeah. People seem not chill. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I'm jacked, but I'm chill. Exactly. Just gotta be chill. What upside potential do you see on BBBY this Opex run? I don't know. I just want it to go up. I really don't give a shit how much. If it breaks 10, that'll be cool. You think that's impressive? Try turning $33K into $27. Rip. It's okay, Turd. The better you get at predicting GameStop, the less money you'll make off of it. It's just a fact. Y'all chill? I'm chill. We're just chilling. It's chill. Cool. What's max pain for Friday? Who gives a shit? Gamma neutral's at 122. Max pain will be different tomorrow morning than it is right now. And it'll be different by the end of the day tomorrow than it is right now. I think that's impressive. Try turning 3K into 20K into $20. I'm chill and my eyelashes look fabulous. Congratulations, Trina. You cool? I'm cool. We're just coolin'. It's cool. Exactly. Where's all the Zen apes when we start running? That's my question. Why aren't they inundating the chat with things like, this is nothing, no big deal, who cares? This isn't MOASS. I don't see $69 million on the ticker. Ook, ook. I've officially bought my first ever options contract. July 15, 200. I'll be buying more, but just wanted to pop my options cherry on chat. I don't know how you do it. You have this knack for picking the worst way to say things. I'm not Zen. Good. Zen is same like complacent. How's Stefan never bought a call? He's been reading about them for the last 6 months. Not gonna lie, probably the right way to do things. I'd say take a page out of his book, but if too many people do that, I'm gonna quit doing this. Wait, Devin's been talking about RBBs and oscillators this whole time, but hasn't played options yet? Yes. Zen, same like complacent, same like apathetic. You're just happy because crypto crashed, all right? Buying calls next week just to try to make my money back. What did you lose $2,800 on? Or $2,900? Stefan will be the only one to make money. Stefan's about to lose all his money. I've been taking options advice from a guy that never bought options. Have you been taking options advice from Stefan? Why are people listening to Stefan? The same person who brought you rounded bottom breakouts? I liked his graphs. Dumb. Do you think the cycles will continue after this run? Who knows? There's obligations in July already, so possibly. I have to conduct an interview in 30 minutes. Any advice? Make it weird. If they can handle it, they're cool. Nope, I'll sell them and re-enter later. It's not a terrible strat, Yangling. If I play both sides, I always come out on top, marginally. Ugh. They completely ruined the word Zen for me. I know. Not that I ever used it much, but now I hate it. Now I hear people say it in real life, and I'm like, this fucking guy. For no reason. It's biased me against the word. I mean, the disappointment comes from them having a favorite Backstreet Boy, Fubar. You have to ask them who their favorite Backstreet Boy is and then be like, you like the Backstreet Boys? I don't know if you're going to be a good fit. The correct answer was Justin Timberlake. Sorry, we'll be in touch, you know? I now also hate the word crime. Don't call us. We won't call you either. When the NFT marketplace launches, triggering a 3 to 5 reverse split creates mass FTDs and triggers a 5 to 3 split to single-handedly restore the market. Do you think JPOW announces lower rates and restores QE? Only if the Fed's bullish. Bipolar seemed pretty zen. He seemed very resigned to his fate. Fed is bullish on NFTs. Yeah, just ask them if they've ever bought AMC. That's a good question. Ooh. If I ever start a fund, that's going to be like the first question on the interview. Have you now or ever and are you willing to provide irrefutable proof held positions in AMC? It doesn't apply to me, it's my fund. Stop spelling it like that. You think if Freg entered the convo right now, we'd run to $30 in after hours tonight? It's possible. I mean, it's Freg. We only hire people who bought AMC over $70. March Opex, March 18th, and following the settlement? Yes. Wait a minute, who's Freg? You don't know? Oh, awkward. Yeah, we have bodyguards on standby. He has a security team. We're gonna get him in an armored vehicle from his spawning point. AMC to 100,000. uh Is the position we see in WeBull a ratio to your actual position? Roughly. This account's kind of limited because I don't have that much money in it. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of bullish for Opex. Me too. Ding ding. The day is done. ETF rebalance starts tomorrow. All right. So, not a very interesting day. Still down on the day. Kind of just bottomed out in this low range. We didn't really seem to have enough pressure to break down below 120. Where you know the put buyers would have been able to capture some profits. We do see some small number of 125 and 120 puts being sold off today, mostly on the initial drop here. But I think these are more recently purchased. These may have been profitable. You see the subsequent sell-off of those puts kind of drive us up here. How fucked am I that I've only entered 20% of my plan position for Opex because of good faith violations? The rest of my money won't unlock until tomorrow. Am I fucked if they run us early? No. Even on the 19th in November, that Friday, like we didn't run up like crazy right at market open, right? It was like a slow climb into the end of the day. DM'd you my Zen picture. Thanks. Back to the stock. Is a cost basis of 124 solid? Yeah, it's a good cost basis. I mean, the average cost basis is still like 180 to 162. It might be a little lower on the bottom end, but it's still relatively high. If puts get shed tomorrow, will that help upside movement tomorrow? Yeah, a little bit. What PM volume are you looking for? Pre-market volume? I mean, above 40,000 is significant. If we have under 10,000 pre-market volume, that's bad. No problem, little orphan Danny. So let's take a look at our long-term chart here. So we might be seeing a little bit of a bounce. Well, we did see a little bit of a bounce on our low today, right? Which could put us kind of in a little bit of a like it's tight. We're stuck between two very hard resistances right now, and we're not really breaking down below 120, and we're not really breaking up above 126, right? Even into the close of today, we barely tapped over. Another $3 million in the money calls exercise today. So I expect tomorrow morning another big spike near market open. Similar to today's, maybe a little more actually, because I think the in the money exercise calls are a little bit higher today. So we'll see, market makers resolve that imbalance probably tomorrow morning. If we're still trading at around 125, that could be enough force to push us up over 126.70. If we climb over 126.70, it's gonna get a little spicier. Once we have some nice support under us, it'll be a little easier for us to continue up, and our downside will be covered a little more. But right now, as long as we're under it, we could easily tap it today, and if we don't see that spike tomorrow morning, we can fall back again down to this like low trend that we're seeing here. So it's possible that we just consolidate tomorrow. We may not see upside. If we do see upside tomorrow, and so say we spike in the morning, and then we have one of these days, you know the ones, right? Intraday cup and handles. If we see this, be wary next Tuesday, Wednesday, of a rug pull, because this is similar to price action that we saw last November, right? Last November on Friday, they started hedging much earlier. You know, Turd's already noted, as have several other people, that you know, they are starting to close out XRT put positions. There's still a shitload of them left, but we are starting to see some rolled, some closed. So be wary that there are things moving already. You call them intraday cup and handles, but really it's just them trying to cover without jumping the price too much. I wouldn't look for a touch at Gamma Max tomorrow. I don't think we'll hit Gamma Max tomorrow. Gamma Max is at 160 right now, up here. That'd be a hell of a move, right? That'd be like, if we hit Gamma Max tomorrow, this shit could go crazy next week. There's already a lot of calls right now. We'll see how much put call ratio drops tonight, but I suspect it will be far more call favored. Lots of calls coming into the end of the day as well. Yeah, that's because IV's rising. So generally in our Opex runs, like Thursday and Friday, the week before, sometimes Wednesday, as early as Wednesday, IV will start to bump. And this is, a lot of this is the market maker pricing in the moves, right? And call interest is picking up, right? Which generates more IV in the strike. So if you bought, you know, calls on Wednesday, even though the price might be down, the IV on your call might be up, because not only has the OI on that call increased, volume on that call has increased. Yeah, all those puts look like they're going to sell off tomorrow. I don't think there's any value in them left to roll, right? I don't think they're going to flash crash us. I don't think they have the... I frankly don't think they have the ability to flash crash us right now. It'd be very risky for them to do it, especially right before Opex like that. Not, well, I don't want to say they don't have the ability. They do, but I want to say that it's unlikely. It would expose them to a lot of undesirable risk. It would also make calls super cheap, which will cause FOMO and shares. Expensive mistake, those puts. It still looks more like marking long. Why hold them, right? Like, if it was an expensive mistake, that was really obvious this afternoon, and they didn't close them then, right? It's got to be a mark long. Nothing else makes sense. Because they started placing those puts on 512, right? And then throughout this entire run, they continued to buy puts under the rising price action. And even today, they're still fucking buying them. So the only thing that makes sense here, and really not selling them ever, right? The only thing that makes sense here is that I mean, that negative delta can drag the price, right? So it keeps the price from moving up too much. And B, it marks long FTDs. Which is also backed up by the in the money call exercising. So if both of these are for FTDs, and we see rising FTDs into the end of May, so we know FTDs were going up back here, it makes sense, but it's still a lot of fucking money. It'll mark the only time a put position that large has not been driven in the money on GameStop, which is bullish as fuck, honestly. Because they've bought those on GameStop in the past, but they always drive them in the money. Like December, November, They fucking just slammed the price into those puts. This time, barely tapped them. The closest we came was on the 16th. Or the test of 116. Sorry, not the 16th. The test of 116 on Monday. Nah, I don't see it. I think they've already rolled and cleared those FTDs. Compounding, Gaff. Increasing in number, not decreasing in number. That's my point. Sure, they've cleared them. Who gives a shit? But they're going up. They're going up well in excess of anything we've seen in the last fucking year. Since what? August? I think August might have been the last time we saw GME when they cleared out that last chunk left over from the offering. So, sure, it may not be that high yet, but they are increasing. Who wins in a fight? Gaff or a bull? Enough said. They mark their short sell long. It allows them to take advantage of Reg T, which allows 35 additional days to clear their failure to deliver. Oh, his bearishness is backed up with data. I mean, our FTDs, he's right. Our FTDs are not as high as they were last year, but I don't think they should be, right? I think this is a compounding issue. I think we'll continue to see FTDs rise. I think borrow rate tipped up yesterday, probably tipped up again today. I think we're going to see borrow rate continue to rise into Opex. I think we're going to hit a higher high on this Opex run than we did in March. Maybe not as high as we saw in May. I wasn't able to get a coherent question, but I did want to send you a Ko-Fi. I appreciate all you do. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Big Diggler. It's within market law, and they're kicking the can out to July-ish. Yeah. It's more bullish for future OPEXs. I mean, Opex isn't an FTD event, right? It is, because the ETF obligations are generated due to FTDs, but it's not an FTD event. Like this was our FTD like event, right? Right here. For the last cycle. Some of this too, I think. A little bit of this. But like Opex itself is not an FTD event. It's a gamma exposure and forward contract closing event. Gaff just wants to be contrarian. August we saw FTDs at a single day, nearly twice what we saw end of May. Increasing doesn't necessarily mean there is built pressure. There's reduced liquidity and the entire market is capitulating because cash is king. Significant risks aren't being taken right now, only necessary ones. We'll see, right? On the next FTD report. What if they continue to climb? I understand that it spikes in excess. And yes, I understand that spikes put more pressure on CNS than slowly increasing obligations, but their options plays indicate a pretty desperate attempt to clear those FTDs. Anyway. Will you buy tomorrow or wait till Wednesday to buy calls if playing it safe? I mean, I bought a bunch today. I'll probably buy more tomorrow. I'll buy more next week. All the way up until we start running. Which may or may not happen. We still have yet to see what's going to happen next week. Still looks good from our side. Looks even better from our side than it did yesterday, but always be cautious. Do not play options if you don't know how. And do not ever risk more money than you were willing to lose 100% of. Spy's looking for more trouble tomorrow. Yeah, it's possible. A Bank of Japan meeting tonight could be important. I don't think the relief rally in treasuries is going to be enough to stop them from, worrying about their bond conditions. It offsets the risk in their bond conditions a little bit, but they could still sell off treasuries in a big way. That'd be a catalyzing event. All right, thank you guys so much. I will see you, I hope, tomorrow morning. This is TradingView. Thank you so much, guys. Have a great night.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's not
Where
mine.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate.
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.